The NPFL heads west for stop number 4 of the 2025 season, landing here on Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. Recent rainfall has made this body of water muddy, unpredictable, and unforgiving. At the last stop, the fish were biting.
It just keeps getting better.
And the feelings, they were flowing.
I don't know about that kissing fish stuff, but I love him.
But that was then. Here, there ain't no love in Oklahoma. $100,000 on the line with just a 2-day shootout. The margins are slimmer and the pressure is higher. Eufaula isn't going to hand these anglers anything.
That might have been the game over one there.
They're going to have to take it.
That Oklahoma sun is burning bright here on Finale Friday, but that was not the case on day one as we had to cancel what was supposed to be day one due to some crazy weather, and this region has been plagued by crazy weather. We've got high water, we've got hot water, we've got tight weights, and we've got 110 NPFL pros trying to leave the Sooner shape with the shield and $100,000. Fat Cat Newton, we are going to have a blast here on Finale Friday. Like you mentioned, 2-day shootout now for $100,000. We got very tight weights, 1.5 pounds separating the top 5. We've got legends. We've got pros that are on absolute hot streaks. Wes Logan. And the biggest thing we've got, 2 feet of water more than we did when practice ended on a lake that already had 7 extra feet of water. This area has been absolutely flooded for a couple months. We heard a lot of things coming into this deal. It's going to be terrible. You're going to have to flip a coin to see who's going to win. There were 50-something bags that were in the double digits yesterday. Lake Eufaula and the NPFL pros showed out.
Dude, no doubt about it. We've talked about it, and it sounds cliche about Eufaula bringing the drama, but have mercy. We are in, it's going to be one hell of a show today with the lineup we have, the fishing conditions, like everything. This week, we didn't know what was going to happen. At one point, we weren't even sure, like, with the rise in water and everything, all the change of conditions, it had just been, as we said here in PFL, we embrace the chaos, and God have mercy. Have we done that this week here, my friend?
Been a lot of chaos, to say the least. And we started hearing rumblings of, hey, we may have to cancel this thing. Right. When we were back at Lake Douglas and Scott Canterbury's hoisting the shield there, we're like, are we even going to get to go to Eufaula? This place is absolutely being hammered with rain. We trudge through, we get here. Day one, get dealt a crazy hand, and man, I'm glad we're getting to fish because they absolutely crushed them yesterday.
Dude, I'm giddy because of great lineup of who we got coming up. Can't wait to cover these guys, but man, one in particular, have mercy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's take a look at the official leaderboard right now, and you get a good look at that flooded Lake Eufaula. Wes Logan, who just won, if you've been under a rock somewhere and you don't keep up with professional bass fishing, just up the road in the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Lake 10 Killer last week, wins by 1 ounce. Wes Logan, the Alabama pro. I almost said Oklahoma pro because I was giving him a hard time yesterday.
He might move here.
Been saying, said to him yesterday, you might as well be from here. I'm starting to think that you do have a residence. You've just been lying to us all these years. But 19-6 for Wes Logan after only 1 practice day. So crazy to see that, similar to Scott Canterbury's story at Douglas Lake last month. But Brandon Cobb with 19 even, right on his heels. South Carolina pro Corey Casey with 18-2. And Corey got off to a fast start on the Fishing Chaos catch track yesterday morning, had almost 17 pounds right out of the rip. So look for big things for the South Carolina pro, who has a top 3 this year there on his home pond of Santee Cooper. Tommy Biffle.
Say it again.
Tommy Biffle. Come on with it. The shallow water fishing legend. Has been fishing with us for a couple years here in the league, and we finally get to have him on camera in his home state with it flooded around bushes. It's a dream day for us, buddy.
Doing what he is known for. We get to see a legend in his wheelhouse doing what he made a career off of. And have mercy.
No doubt about it. KJ Queen going to join our top 5 on camera today. We love having KJ on. Absolutely crushed it at Lake Norman earlier this year. You can expect a good time from KJ today. Chad Marler, the Texas pro, just narrowly missed having a camera today, but 16-1, a great day. Harmon Davis, a fellow Okie, in a 3-way tie, or 2-way tie, with Gerald Swindle. Tim Wilson and Derek Latonin rounding out the top 10. As you can see, 15 pounds just to crack that top 10 yesterday. Another Okie, Kevin Rogers, the crappie king, who has been to Eufaula numerous times for crappie events. This is his first bass event here. Second, actually, excuse me. He fished the NPFL here in 23, but he says he does not have a lot of bass fishing experience here, but has fished numerous crappie events. He drops almost 15 to be in 11th. Buddy Gross continuing his role in the NPFL. Patrick Walters, Barron Adams, Hunter Bogman, Mike Quinlan, Scott Canterbury, John Cox, Jason Burrows, and Brandon Klassen rounding out your official top 20 coming into this finale Friday. This is it, a 2-day shootout for all the marbles. I'm so excited. I can't talk.
I'm telling you, I'm giddy.
We're a little geeked up. Wes Logan looked at us both yesterday and said, I got lucky today. I said, well, the good thing is in a 2-day event, you just got to get lucky twice, buddy. And then you take home $200,000 from the state and 2 of the most prestigious trophies in bass fishing. It's pretty cool.
Dude, that's how it goes, man. We see when these guys get on a roll, man, they get on a roll, and
momentum cannot be understated at all in this sport. We see it over and over and over. And when a guy catches fire, there he goes. And
I'm ready to see some fire.
I am too. Let's get out on the lake now. Lake Eufaula.
After practice, I fished all around, and I pretty much had bites in 2 what's known as the community holes out here. I mean, it's the 2 most obvious creeks with better looking water. And I fished a lot of other places and didn't get any bites. So, you know, I was like, well, I'm just going with everybody else. And that's what I did yesterday. I wish I could say I was fishing alone, but I basically just had a better day than everybody in the area. There's 20 boats fishing around me. And I think I'm one of the only ones that really caught them, which is kind of nerve-wracking because it's like, did I get lucky or was I doing something subconsciously a little different? But we're just gonna go back and do it again. And we got a little bit longer day today, so I didn't go to the other kind of community hole area that I also had bites in yesterday, and because I had a short day. So today we're gonna fish my main area, and then we might go check out the other area. So we might get 2 chances to run into them today. But it was good yesterday. I just got fortunate bites, and that's what we're gonna have to do today to have them. So.
Now we go live with Brandon Cobb. Second place, 6 ounces behind the hottest hand in Oklahoma, Wes Logan.
All right. Yeah, it was really slow yesterday morning. I caught most of my fish, I'd say like 9 to lunch probably. And but this morning, I mean, I caught some keepers early, which I've had 3, 4 bites maybe, and lost them all in the bushes. But I think they're all small. What I learned kind of yesterday is a lot of the small fish you actually lose in the bushes because they don't have enough weight to them to keep from getting stuck to it. I think I stuck like 3 to the bushes this morning, and I think they were all just little guys, but able to start biting in a little bit. It was kind of like this yesterday. Just I caught some keepers to start the day, just no good ones. So maybe we'll just go with quality over quantity today.
That was something we talked about yesterday. A lot of our anglers that 9 a.m.
Caught most of my fish flipping and picking apart the bushes, and it's too deep now to put the power poles down because water came up more. So I'm having to flip a little quicker than I would like to.
That 9 a.m. and beyond bite has been tough on a lot of anglers. Hearing Brandon say he did most of his damage between 9 and lunch yesterday on his weight. I said yesterday, the guy that figures that out, how to get those bites after everybody else is kind of mentally spun, right? I mean, these guys take off at 6. You got a small window to try to stack some weight, and a lot of the guys in the top 10 did that yesterday, but getting bites later will be key, in my opinion, to winning the Shield today.
Yeah, I'm with you. during practice out there on the water, man, these guys got on a topwater bite, and there was a pattern. We went to several different anglers that weren't in the same network, and you would see them. They were talking about having, this was practice before the storms, before the water started rising again, but there was a midday bite with the popper and the buzzbait. Brandon Klassen, he weighed in one yesterday, probably close to 6 pounds, and he caught that right before weigh-in. But you're right, it has been that, like most events, that window of time where there is just a lull for a majority of the anglers. We've seen guys catch them a lot of interesting ways this week, to say the least.
Lots of different ways to catch one on Eufaula. It wouldn't seem like that with the high, muddy, flooded water, but I mean, we've had folks telling us like catch them as deep as 18 feet. There's a lot going on.
To 8 inches. We've seen guys up in the skinny stuff, like they were in somebody's backyard.
Brandon Cobb, let's check in with the tournament leader, Wes Logan, trying to go back-to-back in the Sooner State. Claims he's from Alabama.
I'm so surprised with the clarity of water. Like, it looks so good.
A little flurry for about an hour and a half, and that was basically quite a few more than yesterday, which I kind of figured that. So we're just gonna have to deal with it and adjust accordingly. What that is, I have no idea yet. I mean, I think this is the way to win the tournament, but also if I do it so long and don't get any bites, that's not how you're gonna win the tournament. So, I don't know. We're fixing to run around a little bit in this area. It kind of seems like they're not biting. Like, it's just not a lot of activity. I hadn't had any like white bass bites or any miss it or anything like that. And I know there's still a few fish here anyway. I hadn't seen anybody catch anything. So maybe it'll turn around, or we'll run into them somewhere, but we're gonna give it in here till about lunch, and then we're gonna, if we ain't done any good, we're gonna go to the muddy water and let it be what it's gonna be and try and salvage the day. Feel like if I throw this buzzbait long enough, I'll get 2 or 3 big bites on it. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. That's why they call it fishing.
West with 19.6 yesterday. In fact, had a lot of talk coming in once this became a 2-day event. 30 pounds, 15 a day will take home $100,000. Well, when you drop 19.6, you're more than halfway there to that 30. Will it take that 30 pounds today? I've got to think we're going to see north of that.
I'm with you on that.
Too many guys over 15 pounds, in my opinion.
In 2023, it took 39 pounds to win this event in 3 days.
Something's changed.
It's a possibility we
Well,
can see something
caught.
close to that. Just 2 days. Maybe beat
It
it.
was only 16 people started right here.
Something Wes mentioned there that will be a factor today. The weights did look great yesterday, and there were a ton of bass that got caught. A lot of big fish got caught. We saw a 712 from Jason Burrows, but as you can see over his shoulder, cleaner water is at a premium. These areas are crowded, and like he said, maybe some of these fish have been caught. There were a lot of anglers in these areas yesterday, and they did split a lot of those fish up.
Oh,
and I think the weights will reflect that today at the weigh-in. I really do believe.
And those NPF anglers will have some company on the water today. You have guys out there pre-fishing for tournament Saturday. They'll have a more competition out there.
It's Barron Adams right there, who's in the top 10.
Yes, he is. Barron having a great event.
So that's what we're talking about. A lot of these top 10 bags were in similar areas yesterday, for sure. Let's check in with South Carolina pro Corey Casey, sitting 20th in the Progressive Angler of the Year race.
Or KJ Queen.
KJ Queen 17th in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. I don't know why I got confused, Fat Cat.
It's
Those
early,
Carolina
buddy.
guys, I
It's
just
early.
saw it's early.
Well, guys, I am currently slinging my switchblade, trying to get a big bite. They are not cooperating today. I've had one little peckerhead bite, and that's been about it. Fished a lot of my good stretches too that I had my weight on yesterday, and just never got a bite. So I've searched everywhere trying to find some release fish, but I cannot figure out where the release fish are. Once I find them, I feel like I can catch them. It's just I can't find them yet. So I'm still in the hunt right now, but hopefully we'll run across them here in a little bit. The wind's starting to pick up, starting to get some, a decent little chop on the water, so maybe they'll eat this blade. But it's just not hot, too hot right now. Might need some sunshine too as well to tuck them up to the bank, maybe get them up there a little bit tighter in this mud. So we'll see. Kind of stinks. I've had boats on every single one of my places I want to fish today, so that never helps. But, part of it, I guess. But we're just gonna keep grinding with this blade. Try and get us a big one or two.
KJ throwing around a Queen Tackle Switchblade. Vibrating jig, he was telling us. I believe that's a tungsten vibrating jig. That Cat.
I believe you're correct.
A little bit less wind right here. Swing that jig. Throwing a Queen Tackle 1/2 ounce switchblade in gizzard color with a Zoom Z-Crawl Junior on the back of it, painted it chartreuse, and then I'm also throwing a Pirates Morning 3/8 ounce flipping jig, Queen Tackle flipping jig. I love this pink and this jig. It kind of gives a little something different, especially in this mud. A little bit of extra flash.
KJ not far from the ramp at Nichols Point. You can see he's fishing an actual hard
be one
bank
right
line,
through
some
here.
vertical cover. We saw this yesterday
A little
with
bit of hay grass
Patrick
and
Walters.
sawgrass.
Heard Greg Hackney mention it.
Is it right there on the bank, but it's probably growing out off the bank just a little bit too. Out under the water. I think it kind of hurt me that the lake is coming up though. If they drop it, I feel like I could smash them. It's just, it keeps coming up and I can't figure out which way they're going, if they're staying or going. I've been catching them off the original bank line, and that original bank line now is about, it's about 6 foot up on top of it, so it's getting a little deep for them. I think that's why I just didn't get no bites this morning. Might fish around and fish a little bit shallower and just see what we can do. Still looking for old Cooter Brown though.
Cooter
We
Brown.
didn't get her. You can get us 5 of them. Not like that though.
From KJ Queen, let's check in with the legend, Tommy Biffle. This is something we heard about from Biffle coming out of practice. A couple of our anglers, James Watson and Biffle, got on this toad bite on the outside of these bushes a little bit. Biffle was 17-13 on day one.
Caught a lot of fish, but
He's up in the woods.
need to get some big bites. He's thinking that they're biting good, that you would get a big bite, but we hadn't done it yet. Whoa.
Biffle's a long ways from takeoff and in a sketchy area, cell service wise. Do our best to hang with him as much as we can today. Sounds just like Fat Cat. Background.
Tell me how you seen things change.
Well, the water's come up a foot or so since yesterday. Only fish I caught in here yesterday were all good ones. You know, 3 and 4 pounders. But today, we've probably caught 15 little fish that wasn't even here or wasn't biting yesterday or something. And then you see something like that right there that looked like a good fish hit right there by that bush. But today, I hadn't had a flipping bite. So I don't know if they've moved back farther in it, or if the big one's just not biting. You'd think you couldn't flip that silver bug in a bush and not just get it eat up all the time, because there's a lot of little shad in here.
Coming from a man that's flipped a bug in a bush a time or two.
Buddy.
We may have to leave here and go to where I big fish
Stuff
about in the
Biffle. Now
front.
let's check back in with
No.
Brandon Cobb and KJ Queen, a little dual
Thank
box
you.
action. Becca, do you think a lot of the bass fishing fan base today is pulling for Tommy Biffle to hoist a shield in Oklahoma?
I'm doing my best to be non-biased. I'm struggling, but I'm doing my best. I can see every one of them hoist it, but just to be sitting here commentating Tommy Biffle a second ago was wild. But hey, man,
We saw it just in our social
Brandon Cobb
post.
and KJ Queen are no slouches themselves.
No doubt about that.
Both of them building their own legacy like Tommy Biffle did.
He's got a few years on those guys.
He does. Bro, he was flipping bushes for them boys. We even have thought. He's been doing it a long time.
I just noticed, though, on our social media post on Facebook about having Biffle on live today, just the outpouring, man. The
Something
fans
completely
were
different.
fired up.
See if I can't get him to bite. I know that guy sit here with the dang jig and everything. Chatterbait the jig. Throw a dang worm on him.
That water, KJ's, definitely has a little bit more color than that water of Brandon Cobb's.
Let's go check in with our leader, Wes Logan.
Ooh, little fella. 12 inches here at stop 4, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. No help. Now over to Wes Logan.
Just tell you get right here, this water cleans up so much. There's water coming in out of the rocks right here. Where these fish are hanging out at. You think all the release fish should go right here. And they might have. That old boy probably called him. He sat here for a long time this morning. Should be some more pull in though.
There he is.
He's sneaky. He was high.
Yeah.
Sneaky about where he's from,
A
too.
lot of places to hide.
Here I was thinking he was a Coosa River rat his entire career. Turns out he was from Oklahoma all along. Wes Logan. Maybe he's like Jason Christie's son. We never knew it.
I'm here for a good buzzbait bite too. Come on.
Caleb Kufal with a good one yesterday morning,
yeah.
right out of the jump.
Yeah, man, once again, coming into this event, I had no idea we would see water looking this pretty.
If you stand at the ramp at Nichols Point.
It's like grandma's gravy bowl.
That's right. Look like that gravy you had on a hamburger steak yesterday.
Let's go. Come on one time.
Canned gravy.
Gosh, dang it.
Yes, sir. Thick as mud.
We appreciate everybody tuning in here. Stop number 4 of this 2025 NPFL season. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for more live action from Lake Eufaula in just a few moments.
Hey folks, welcome to stop number 4 of the NPFL here at Lake Eufaula. We're in downtown Eufaula, Oklahoma. I'm here with Karen Weldon. As you can see, we are standing on one of the 14 murals through the downtown area that basically tourists and visitors can come and see. And this is kind of the iconic one because it's a 3D kind of visual.
That's right. Yes.
So how long ago was this painted?
It was painted 3 years ago.
Okay.
A world famous 3D mural artist.
Okay.
Her name's Tracy Lee Stubb.
Okay.
So she came with her husband, Shayak, and stayed for several weeks. And we're here every day, sun up to sundown.
We have just walked across the street. I'm still here with Karen. She still likes me. Give it time though. We're over here at a second mural, and this one kind of has a Native American theme to it.
Absolutely.
Explain it.
Yes. Yes, this is done by a Creek Nation artist, and Creek Nation funded it and sponsored it. They've been very supportive of our mural projects in town. It's a long mural. If you look, everybody's holding hands. This is symbolic of the Creek's friendship circle.
All right, folks, now we're inside here, a beautiful building, very historic, 123 years old?
125.
125 years old. Name of the restaurant?
Casina Italiana Alago.
Great Italian food.
Yes.
Right here in the center of Eufaula, Oklahoma. This mural right here depicts the hills of Italy.
This is the coast of Amalfi.
Okay.
And with some other blends, but it is depicting the coast of Italy.
All right, Karen, here we're at something we can get behind. Those are great murals.
Yeah.
But this is right up our alley. What do we got here?
I thought it would be. So this is obviously a big bass. This one was done in 2023 by an artist named Alex Eichhoff.
Okay.
And he does, all his murals he does with cans of spray paint.
Got the dragonfly over there with the rod and reel. He didn't set the hook properly. You would do a much better job than that, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
A great place to come visit, a lot of great lodging, a lot of great restaurants, as you saw. If you get a chance, come down to Eufaula, Oklahoma, Lake Eufaula, rent a boat, spend some money. Karen, we appreciate you and your staff for giving us a great tour here.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, our pleasure.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuidebatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. Beautiful Oklahoma sunrise. It's going to be a hot one again today, though. Adding to that hot water, it's already 9 feet out of the banks here in the city of Eufaula.
How's the water, mama?
Your day one leader trying to take this thing home. This 2-day shootout, weather shortened event. Wes Logan.
Man's been on my Oklahoma tear.
Come on, fish. Just need a clue. I know y'all biting somewhere, doing something.
$19.6 on day one for the Alabama/Oklahoma Pro. 6-ounce lead over Brandon Cobb, and he looked at us yesterday at the weigh-in and said, I got lucky. But when you're on this kind of roll right now, I don't think that's the case. Not having a great year so far in the NPFL, though, in 2025. 49th in the Angler of the Year race. Certainly increase if he can stay way up here.
Not yet.
The points after today with 2 events to go.
Able to qualify for that championship.
Entry fee free.
Best top 40, the Progressive AOY race.
I mean, what's crazy is these bushes that are right under the water were a foot out of the water yesterday. So, I mean, did they follow it, or are they deeper? A weird tournament. Yeah.
where he won just right up the road at 10 Killer last week, was also flooded, and then it fell several feet during the event. Kind of got the opposite this week. Water was falling, but now we're back up to higher than when higher water level than when practice started.
I never stopped
last Sunday.
Through the lightning and everything. Heck yeah, dude, they were biting. Every day when it started like that, they started biting. I don't know, man, this is crazy.
Over to the quad box. Brandon Cobb, KJ Queen, Tommy Biffle, and Corey Casey. I mean, KJ is, I don't think you can get in anything thicker. I don't even know if he's on his boat right now. Look, I mean, Tommy's in some familiar looking stuff. We saw Greg Hackney in some similar stuff yesterday. That's what I'm talking about. Look. That's what a fishing quad box ought to look like.
Jokers are up there on the bank, though. What bites I've had. Ooh, little snake right there. I'm out.
I was about to say, you in Snake City, Tick Town. I know one thing. You've been hearing a lot of that jangalang this week, too, with them spinner baits.
And plenty of that going on.
Corey, they're checking in on you here. How's the morning been going so far?
Oh, it's pretty slow. Definitely not as good as yesterday. Went to my little area that I caught them in yesterday. Caught 3, but they're all pretty small.
Corey Casey talking to us.
The water just keeps rising and keeps rising. There's a bunch of nastiness in there, but we tried to catch a few. Now we just going fishing. Now we just fishing. Just in case you're wondering, you cannot drive your ATV here. No ATVs allowed.
That says a lot.
They need to put a sign up that says no jet ski.
You said earlier, how high is the water, Mama? almost 2 months of high water on Lake Eufaula.
Hardly any tournaments.
Caught my biggest fish in here in practice. I didn't even fish it yesterday.
You need a snorkel if you're going to drive your four-wheeler. If you take Big Red through there right now,
yes,
Fat
sir.
Cat.
Big Red will make it. You can't beat the old Honda Big Red.
Big Red might have a trolling motor on it. Your Big Red.
I had a 25 Merc on the back of it. Got to switch it over to a Yami. You know, we talk about the high water here at Lake Eufaula, especially if you're out of town. It's kind of like, whoa. But the locals, they embrace it, man. They're used to it. Like you were saying, too, it's been flooded for almost 2 months. So one thing good about that, with it being flooded for so long, the anglers haven't had to deal with a lot of floating debris. All that stuff has already kind of found a home. That's been one positive thing this week with fishing a flooded fishery. We have seen some interesting things this week.
I've had like 3
On full screen with Corey Casey. Working that spinnerbait. Been a lot of shad flickering. We heard Patrick Walters talking about it yesterday. Just couldn't make sense of it. A lot of signs of bait through Eufaula, just scattered different areas. It was interesting. We saw Walters have a very slow morning yesterday. Picked up that spinnerbait and went straight to work.
You had to pick a bait that did most of the damage yesterday for a majority of our field. I think you got to say spinnerbait.
That was why it was so surprising to see Christy.
Every day, and then I just quit checking it because what's it
I do that well.
I don't even know what it's at now. So
Hackney throwing that 3/4 ounce?
Right at 7 when we got here, I think. 7 foot over.
It's right at 9 now.
I don't know what it's at now. I'd say it's come up a foot or so, maybe more.
Where you say it was 7:07 when practice started. Above pool, it is at 9:01 right now, above normal pool.
And we've seen it firsthand at Nichols Point and Extreme Cove, Captain John's. I mean, you can really see the water rising. But like I said, once again, man, the folks around here are normal to it. They just adapt and roll on. If the kids are out there
Vacations are going on,
fun.
yeah.
Absolutely. But a high, muddy water never hurt nobody. These folks out here enjoying their summer. Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. I don't blame them. Especially with this heat, man. You got to find a way to cool off. Come on.
The water has been as high as 10 feet above summer pool just a few weeks ago, and then got back down to that 6 or 7 foot range. And now the rain we've had this week, and
early Wednesday morning, we were pummeled. Having to cancel day one, make it a 2-day shootout for $100,000 in that prestigious NPFL Shield. And once again, that progressive AOI leaderboard will probably look a little different coming out of this event. We've seen some new names move up. Ones that were doing well kind of slide down a little bit. You know one living right there. Them willows reminiscent of Douglas. Way different conditions. You know, we had flooded trash mats there. Those guys had kind of a taste of what to expect, but it's a whole new level here this week.
Douglas was just a little flooded, but you had where TVA brought the lake up, and you had all that debris that made those trash mats that we saw so many of our anglers.
Lindell Martin right up in it, boy. It was fun to watch. Dude, Canterbury did his work on them willows and around the docks, but just seeing these willows, very reminiscent.
No shock that we had Scott Canterbury in the top 10 after day one here yesterday. Let's jump back over to KJ Queen, North Carolina Pro. 5th place after day one, 1.7 pounds off the lead.
We had KJ on camera, Lake Norman. Almost stole the show from Greg Hackney, the winner of Norman. KJ put on a phenomenal sight fishing clinic. Very enthusiastic at times, wouldn't you say, Luke?
More than enthusiastic. He said, if you don't love this, you just don't love life.
Like my heart's going to beat out of my chest. You folks haven't seen KJ Queen at Lake Norman, you need to go watch it. The whole event in general was phenomenal, but KJ really put on a show. Coming into this event, KJ Queen was setting 17th in the progressive AOI. Going to leave this event in a little bit better shape. Oh, here we go.
No!
Bird dogging.
What the heck? What the heck? I knew he was gonna be there. I seen that clean water coming in right there. Gosh almighty. I can't tell if they're just little, and I'm not getting a hook in them because they're little. I mean, that one said thunk. He ate like a good one. I'm getting bit on this dang worm if I can just get them in. Ain't no way you're gonna bite again.
Oh, got him. Attaboy.
Got the fan club out.
A little darker enough on there.
It's such an interesting event, man. Some Robitussin in there.
Who's he gonna send the dentist bill to on that? That's what I want to know.
Like cherry juice I use for gout.
He's from North Carolina. That's cheer wine, man.
Cheer wine. There you go.
Should have my limit by now. That's what's bad.
Cheer wine. I'm telling you.
Okay. About to say, he just took a swig of it. I hope it was cheer wine.
Fat Cat, these anglers
Bet you
have
has
so
that
many
same
tools
fish.
at their disposal these days, from mapping, side imaging, Humminbird 360, spot lock, and Minn Kota trolling motors. But right here is a new app and a new tool for anglers, and it's something we've been using a little bit this year, but this is the Deep Dive app, and you can find it on all your app platforms. But one of the coolest features, and something that I think will tell the story this week of what our anglers are dealing with, is this it has current inflow. You can see wind direction, how it's going to impact your day, several amazing tools. But for me, water clarity is such a neat tool, and it uses satellite imagery. And you can see here, so red is obviously very dirty water, blue being that lighter blue being the a little bit clearer. But you can see this is, if I zoom out, you can see what our anglers are dealing with on Eufaula. And is it safe to say 75-80% of the lake is just completely blown out red mud? But when I zoom in right here, this one creek, let me do this, you can see this is the general area West Logan is in when we see that little bit cleaner water. So if you have this Deep Dive app and you've got a tournament coming up or whatever, maybe it's just your home lake and you're getting ready to go fishing for the weekend, you can see what that water clarity is going to be. Maybe you've had a big rain in your area, but what it also does is it gives you a 30-day history. So you can scroll back with this slider. I'm going to go all the way back. So just look, 30 days ago, this entire lake, we did not want to be here 30 days ago.
sir.
Our anglers really would have been complaining. But so we've got a little bit more clarity now, though, as you slide to where we are currently on the Deep Dive app there. But water clarity, you've got water inflows, wind effects is another amazing tool. And you can see we got a big south wind today, blowing a little bit more than it did yesterday, and basically impacting almost every area. And you can see that with a lot of our anglers. It is a little bit of chop on the water. And you can also run that slider on the wind effects forward, or you can go backwards to see, hey, maybe my area, maybe you have an off day in a tournament, or you had a couple days you couldn't be on the water. What did the wind do while I was not on the water? So the Deep Dive app, make sure you check that out. I promise you, if you're not fishing tournaments, you're fishing your home lake. I use this thing all the time now. And several of our anglers, Fat Cat, you talk to,
a lot of anglers are using it now.
Starting to use the Deep Dive app, and you can get it, like we've got it right here, just on an iPad. You can get it on your phone. I've got it on my iPhone. It's a fantastic tool.
I don't want to be negative, but like a lot of times in this industry, it's not about catching fish, it's about catching the angler. So we, as anglers, you kind of become timid of these, hey, you got to try it. This is the best
game
stuff.
changers.
Sure, and all these things. But this truly is a tool that works. And we have anglers that are making a living using this. The Clarity, we had guys using it specifically for this, and they were blown away. Some guys used it for the first time this week, and they're sold on it. It truly is a very valuable tool, not just for the Clarity, but for everything it includes. And it's consistently evolving and getting better, but it is definitely worth checking out.
3 days of practice to break down over 100,000 acres of water that's also flooded 7 feet out of its banks when practice started. If I can pick this up, I'm looking for cleaner water, and all I've got to do is zoom out and go, this creek, I'll save a lot of gas and time.
One of my good friends, Melly Yella, he's a flip phone guy, doesn't do any of this, barely can do a smartphone, has that, loves it, uses it, swears by it.
We appreciate the folks from Deep Dive sharing this technology with us here on NPFL Live. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Lake Eufaula action. Stop number 4 of this 2025 NPFL season in just a few moments.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. And Corey Casey, the South Carolina pro. He's used to the Santee swamps. He's probably not too afraid to fish some flooded bushes in Oklahoma. Slower morning so far for the South Carolina pro. At almost 17 pounds yesterday in the first hour. And I do feel we are looking at a day where, you mentioned this yesterday after weigh-in, where somebody could come from way down in the field and win this thing just because of the volatility of the rising water, of crowded areas. We're only covering the top 5 in the event with live cameras today. Truly, you could see somebody that we don't even talk about today win this event.
And we saw 7-12 weighed in yesterday. I don't know how many over 4 and 5. We know the big ones live here. No doubt about it. And Corey Casey knows how to catch the big ones. This guy's coming to this event setting 20th in the Progressive AOI. Had a phenomenal start. His hometown, Santee Cooper.
Advertising his guide business right there on NPFL Live. If you're ever in that area, he'll take you to catch a big old catfish or a big bass.
Oh, I need to catch a few to really find out. That's why I came in here. It's real steep banks, so if it rises, it's not spreading them out. I don't really have much places to go. And some of them, the backs of some of these places are so flat. The water comes up a foot. It gives them 100 yards they could go, and you just can't get back there. But we just keep grinding away. Fish a few more places down here, and then we're going to run down to the dam. I didn't go there yesterday because I had a pretty good bag pretty early, so I just kind of stayed away. But there's not near as many boats in here today as there was yesterday.
You can hear that wind picking up.
I ain't saying I got it to myself, but I have a lot more places down here, but don't matter if they ain't biting.
Don't have wind south-southwest, 10 to 15 mile an hour.
After I caught what I caught yesterday in the first hour and a half, I really didn't do much. I did call one time, but I really didn't get a lot of bites. So hopefully when we move, it'll pick up a little bit.
Corey Casey, we're going to slide over and check out KJ.
I think they're like more. There should be like 2 or 3 right there. There he is.
Look at somebody's
Oh,
walkway.
eat it, dude. He didn't eat it. He said tong tong. Did not eat it.
Ka-chow. Lightning McQueen.
Problem is they're all on the bank, so you got to get up there, up in it. I feel like I could probably tie on a frog, and I might be able to catch them on a dang frog under that duckweed stuff. It's new, hadn't been there.
Like a Zoom speed worm. KJ right there.
But he could get a running start in that boat and jump on the shore if he wanted to.
Let's see if we can get him to do it.
He'd probably do it.
I feel like KJ would.
You won't do it.
Do a kickflip.
Welcome to the
On him
jungle.
earlier, he was saying there was.
We got fun and games. Hey, I can sing, can't I? All right.
Let's go. So we're here for it,
KJ.
I'd rather hear you than me.
Hey, baby.
Ooh, na knees. But you can hear that fresh water, that clear water coming in.
It's supposed to be right there. Let's go get Wilbur over here.
He's got names for all of them.
Bro, I don't even know what to say. Just like seeing the railing out there in the water like that, submerged.
But I know what those folks in that
Yeah,
White
too,
House
they're
up there are
probably
saying about it.
In that, you can't
Probably
get
over it.
behind them.
He's probably flipping on an old 82 Buick on center blocks that was sitting in their backyard that's submerged now.
I don't know if I can get him out or not.
Only one way to find out. He ain't scared though, is he? He gonna put it in there.
Eat it good this time, honey. Eat it good. Ah, little peckerhead. Why is there not bigs on this? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why I shouldn't flip in there, make a punk, and be a dang good one.
Or that clarity contrast you can see right there. Brandon Cobb and KJ Queen. Definitely in two different locations. Looks like two different lakes. Cobb comes into finale Friday in second place behind the leader, Wes Logan. Just by ounces. The way it sounds like Cobb and Logan are sharing water.
I think Wes and Brandon and a lot of anglers are sharing water.
That's a good point.
And that
my
clear,
friend.
as we saw on the deep dive. Yeah.
You're right, my friend.
Not a lot of water that looks like this on the lake right now.
Very true.
Fall down.
It's a big lake.
Jeez.
Not a lot of that good-looking water. Well, good-looking to some, not to all, right?
And we saw good fish get caught in the mud yesterday.
Oh, yeah. We saw Eufaula catch a good one. We saw poor Hackney lost quite a few of them back there in that thick stuff. Throwing that 3/4 ounce spinner bait along with jig and a couple other things.
And a Cobb hooked up.
This could be a keeper. 12-inch size limit for this event.
He's a whopper, buddy.
Cobby did most of
I have
his.
to measure him. But
Did most of his damage flipping yesterday.
I'm going to say he's about a 1-1. Oh, he's a big one. 1-6. Pound 6 ounces. It's a lot better than 0 pounds 0
Welcher
ounces.
had one in his box yesterday. That was 0.66. Said it was probably the smallest fish to ever be in the live well.
Bingo, bingo, bingo. Maybe that was the first of the bite window.
After those storms blew through on what was supposed to be day one of this event on Wednesday, it has been nothing but Oklahoma heat. We had a heat index of over 100 yesterday. Actual temps in the low 90s today. The forecast 92 with a low of 80 tonight. So you won't get much relief in Eufaula, Oklahoma. It does look like, though, for the next almost week, no rain in Eufaula, Oklahoma, which is certainly what these folks need. And this lake, they'll be glad to see.
Absolutely.
No rain, and hopefully this water starts to go down.
They need a break.
Fishing chaos thing.
Yeah.
People want to know. I got 1 pound.
You better, Cobb.
My 1.6. Fishing chaos. I wish it would stay on the tournament. TNPFL. Submit a catch. 1.6. All right. We're on the board.
Attaboy. Thank you, sir.
I watched him chase it out of the bush. He chased it down the bottom, and I just like made sure he had it. I was like, "You're gonna swallow it." I'm not gonna miss you too.
Brandon Cobb with his first one here on Finale Friday.
The anglers we're watching on live today were the first ones to launch. They'll be the last ones to check in.
After 1/6s. I gotta catch multiple of them first though.
Check back in with your tournament leader, trying to go back-to-back in Oklahoma, Wes Logan. Slower start for a lot of our leaders today, most of our leaders.
A lot. But that catch truck is still lighting up, though, son. Anglers are definitely doing work this morning.
Out of our top 5 that started on camera today, I believe Biffle's the only one with a limit so far. He's registering 7 pounds, small limit early. Not been able to check back in with Biffle in a little bit. He's literally in the woods.
Literally.
Ran away from cell phone service. Might as well be hanging deer stands where he was at last time we saw him.
There's Bobby.
And I don't know if they just hadn't and bit or we just are doing the wrong thing. I mean, yesterday it seemed like when they started biting, you could you could tell.
Some limits coming in on that Fishing Chaos catch track, but I will say compared to yesterday morning, not as many. We saw some 4s and some 5s being reported. Chad Marler is reporting that he's in second right now, that he's got a 7-pounder. He's only got 2 fish, but he's got a 7. In the
Kevin
boat.
Rogers says he has a 19-pounder.
The majority of them may have
he adjusted
pushed up in there further,
Okay.
but there ain't no way all of them do.
Uh-oh. She's getting excited. See, my problem is I would stay in that area way too long because it looks so daggone fishy.
I thought if
It's one of your problems.
if the pressure's getting to them, this quieter buzzbait may change it, but I don't know. We'll see. You would think eventually one would just react to it, if anything.
Just expecting it at any moment. Go doge.
That's all I got to do. Unless I go throw a spinnerbait in the mud, and once I do that, I'm committed to that because you can't come back down here. I just don't think I can get many bites doing it. Not that I've gotten very many bites today either. I don't know. One 5-pounder could change everything now. Yo.
You're watching from home and been keeping up the last couple of days. It may look aimless, like these guys are just going through this flooded stuff, but there's a pattern within a pattern. A lot
Within
of
a
times,
pattern.
for sure. And points seem to be a really big deal for a lot of our anglers that are way up there. They're focusing on, yes, it's flooded bushes, but it's around a contour, around a point.
And yeah, the original edge, the original shoreline is also They're playing a key factor here.
Been a
this
big
week.
player for a lot of
Yes,
anglers.
sir.
Check back in with Corey Casey.
So hard to cast this thing.
Just in time to witness that. There you go. Professional overrun.
Some Greg Hackney type
reminiscent
stuff,
yes, sir.
From yesterday. That canopy, the service gets it's a little tough.
Makes it hard on us.
No, it's not snowing. Bear with us. I would say it's like being on a call with your buddy that's driving through a bad signal is what I would.
When he's telling you a real good story. He's telling you a good story. You know what I mean?
You get about every other word. That's what it's like when these guys get off the beaten path or get up in these trees. We joked yesterday, not Verizon, not AT&T, and not Elon Musk can't save you when you get in some of these places.
Dangerous back here, ain't it?
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh.
What was it that you were telling us?
It's a rental.
To what you were seeing?
Coming in, full of rock, clean water. Just coming from, I wouldn't call it mountains because we're in Oklahoma, but there's definitely some rock bluffs or hills, whatever you want to call them. And all this rain they've had, it's clean water coming into the back of these things, but no bites. Oh. No fish. Flip a few of these bushes. Here we go.
We're always jealous in here in the studio that we're not out there fishing, but man, that just looks like bass fishing heaven.
It does, buddy.
I know that it's tough conditions.
Shot for snakes.
It's hot out there, but man. Literally. Finale Friday here. Stop number 4. This NPFL 2025 season, and there's a look at that Eufaula mud that all of our anglers are dealing with. And this city of Eufaula, Oklahoma, has been such a gracious host for us this week. They've been dealing with it for quite some time. We're going to take a look. This is your leaderboard right here. Wes Logan was on top of this thing yesterday of 19.6, still sitting on 19.6. Tommy Biffle, Brandon Cobb, Corey Casey, KJ Queen, Chad Marler, Harmon Davis, Gerald Swindle, Tim Wilson, and Derek Latonin. Your official top 10 coming into Finale Friday. Everybody trying to leave with $100,000 in a shield from the Sooner State. We'll be right back with more live action from Lake Eufaula in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our touch the lakes keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. Stop number 4 of the National Professional Fishing League season here. 6-event season. We're about to make the turn up north after this one, where the NPFL pros will be exploring for some of those smallmouth bass. But this week they're exploring this muddy water and using those Humminbird units to do so. It pays to explore with Humminbird. $1,000 contingency going to the highest finishing angler using a Humminbird Explorer unit. And these anglers have been knocking it back with these contingencies from the sponsors this year here in the league. The official electronics partner of the NPFL, Humminbird. We appreciate the folks from Humminbird for being that here in this 2025 season.
It pays to explore here at the NPFL.
It also pays to win in a 2-day shootout. $100,000 going home with one of these anglers today. And that coveted NPFL shield, in our opinion, the coolest trophy in bass fishing for 5 years now.
Dude, you got to be full grown to hoist that thing over your head.
Yeah,
too, son.
the flip. I caught every single bass I weighed yesterday flipping, but flipping bite just doesn't seem to be happening today. So just picked up a swim jig, trying to cover a little bit more water. get multiple casts, see if I can get more bites. And that only took a few minutes there, and I caught 2.5 pounder. Not a giant, but a whole lot better than the day's gone so far. So we might throw some moving baits for a little while. See if we can do anything. I started off in the wind throwing moving baits. Actually, I was doing that this morning, but I'm wondering if fishing these bushes sometimes don't like the wind. It makes them, it shakes the bushes around and gets a little weird. So I'm gonna try it down this calm side a little bit. Winds help some, but sometimes depending on what they're on, it doesn't help as much as you would think, in my experience.
That's interesting.
We have a magnitude of bushes here.
Same with shallow grass a lot of times, or
Almost too
lily
much
pads.
bush.
While we were on break there, it sounds like Cobb caught a 2.5 pounder, so now he's got 2 for 4 pounds, call it. It's got him in 5th place. That tells you how tough it is today with a 2-day total unofficially at 22.15.
You know, anglers were talking about, off air, we were saying that, looking back what anglers were saying, maybe one big bag could carry you through this tournament.
Still,
And on the final day, one big bite
semi-outside
could
edge
carry
bush,
all the
though,
way
so
to
I'm
the
not
shield.
getting too hung up going way back in here yet. It's too time-consuming getting way back there if they're not there.
That catch, you got to think a lot of these pros been running those Bob's hydraulic jack plates all the way up this week to try to get back into the jungle, like we've seen so many anglers, like a Corey Casey, those kind of areas. See, Cobb's got him a Bob's.
Smart man. Great business, family-owned business, takes care of the customers. Customer service comes first. Big fan of Bob's Machine Shops and the transducer saver by Bob's.
Funny thing
Always
is,
staying
that
ahead of
fish
the
I just caught
curve. Very innovative.
is on the West Logan signature swim jig, and he's beating me by 6 ounces, or was prior to today. Throwing his swim jig.
One of the Del Fuegos. Riding around looking for trouble. In the dual box with KJ Queen, Brandon Cobb. Once again, man, you see that contrast and clarity here, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. The key for a lot of guys was finding that better color water, but KJ Queen said, not for me.
That one was about 5 inches long. Spot. Saw him.
That clearer water yesterday got seined. There were so many anglers in there, and a lot of good bags came from this area where Cobb's at, where West Logan's at, Barron Adams. We saw Patrick Walters in this area yesterday. Bill Lowen started in this area
Kimmel.
yesterday.
Yeah. And even the difference in where they're on the lake, see the wind that KJ's dealing with, we were talking about 10 to 15 mile an hour winds. And Brandon was like, I'm trying to get away from it because that wind is disrupting my pattern, I believe. It's 2 different lakes. Lake Eufaula is over 100,000 acres big, over 800 miles of shoreline. Plenty of places to go party and pull your barge up. Yeah, with your buddies. Live la vida loca. Maybe even sip on a little bit of corn liquor. I don't know. As long as you're not driving, safety first. And you're of age, okay?
even look at it on camera where KJ's at. It's in the general area where the weigh-in takes place in Nichols Point. That's a popular area every time there's a tournament here over the years, but it's almost hard to appreciate how bad the water clarity is until you're standing on the bank looking at it. It is, you can't see an inch. Like when guys got to pulling up at the weigh-in and they're kicking it up even more. I mean, it is just
Literally, you're not
thick.
embellishing. You literally cannot see an inch below the surface. And we had boys catching them right by the weigh-in before it was their time. And speaking of the weigh-in, these anglers were watching the day on live. Don't have to check in until last flight, which is at
fish. I've had it tied on
4:15.
since the bean, and I didn't want to snatch them out of the water there.
Weigh-in begins at 2 p.m. with Big Al bringing the boom at Nichols Point, Central Standard Time. Ton of time left to fishing.
Outside bushes here, but now I can't see most of them. I'm gonna kind of stay out a little bit, just see if I happen to see one. I can see one every now and then underwater, but they were sticking out 2 feet in practice.
And today is definitely about relocating fish from yesterday with this rise in water.
Absolutely.
From Wednesday morning when we were supposed to kick things off, the original day one to now, 2 feet.
How high is the water, Bobble?
A lot of extra water.
74 feet and climbing.
It's a big bush right there, actually. Just can't see most of it.
Fat Cat, we're getting word Mr. Biffle got out of the woods. So let's check back in with Tommy Biffle, your unofficial leader right now on Finale Friday in his home state.
Doing what he loves to do. We're here for it.
Bug in a bush. Oklahoma wind.
What's the key to the flipping
Not
bite?
always
Have you
your
found
friend.
anything specific in practice and today?
That'd just be right in the middle of the bush. In practice, they seem to they wanted a jig more so than a bug. And then yesterday I caught several on the bug and probably didn't give the jig a good chance. Seemed like it took him a long time yesterday to bite. He had to pitch it in there and work it for a while to get him to bite it.
Tommy's just bound and determined to not be in good service today. I think he's doing that on purpose, Fat Cat.
I know
Wily
some of them's
veteran.
catching
You don't
them
want to see him.
on the outside of the bushes on spinnerbait. and stuff, but
going to hydrate a little bit, and we're going to check in with Corey Casey. If we'll make some move. Slow morning so far for our top 5 as far as number of bites and quality fish. Scrolling through the catch track, haven't seen a lot of fish over 4 pounds yet this morning, or a lot of limits. And at this time yesterday, Fat Cat, we're getting closer to 10 o'clock.
Corey already had 17 pounds this time yesterday.
He was our unofficial leader yesterday.
Absolutely. Man.
And was that way most of the day until Wes Logan and Brandon Cobb got on a run late.
You're right. Eufaula continues to bring the drama like it just, once again, fishing different. The only thing predictable is the unpredictability.
I'm gonna go.
Corey Casey's going to make a move. We're going to go back to our tournament leader, Wes Logan.
I ain't had a bite on jig since we've been here. Yeah. They got a little bit longer, and I'm going to roll a blade in the mud, and that's just going to be what it's going to be.
Little Gerald Swindle, it's 7th place with a chance to win today for sure.
Kind of is what it is. I don't know. Ain't got nothing to lose but everything.
Kind of hear the frustration with Wes a little bit. Morning not going how he wants it to go.
Which is not normal for him to sound frustrated. Insert sarcasm.
He'll let you know about it. Meanwhile, you just hear Gerald Swindle just yakking in the background. I don't know who he's talking to or what he's talking about, but you can just hear. He's back here probably telling somebody that he's old as dirt. Well, I bet he's saying. Guess I'm old. Bow-legged and old.
He's wound up, son.
I did think that I saw twin visuals in the area there. I think the G Express might be leaving. Wes did a lot of his damage on a buzzbait yesterday. Wes Logan, your day one leader with 19.6, does not have a fish yet. As we approach the 10 o'clock hour here on this finale Friday, the 2-day shootout for $100,000.
Said he's fixing to go roll that blade in some mud. You're going to connect on something soon.
Just let it be what it is, he said. Just won $100,000 last week. Trying to go back to back.
Come on, Lord. Get something going.
A lot of anglers in this general area yesterday, and I think a lot of the better fish in this area rode back to weigh in at Nichols Point. And talking to guys like Wes and Brandon Cobb and Barron Adams and so many that were in this area, they were worried that could be the case. I believe Chad Marler caught his fish in this area yesterday too, but he was telling Ken Duke and I yesterday at the weigh-in he was going to pull a complete audible today and not even go back there because he was worried that they burned it down. He's currently in second.
Seems like he made a good call, man. Good call.
Registering it, like I said, a 7-pounder.
Average fisherman, not being so average.
Let's go back to the mud, KJ Queen.
Buddy, you ain't lying. We're watching KJ hug tight to that shoreline, trying to find some of that cleaner water, hitting that muddy water. Saw him catch a keeper earlier doing it. Actually missed it, threw back in there and caught him. Can the water possibly get any more stained? Can it get dirtier? You have to get thicker. It would turn into straight.
I was going to say it gets sediment, a lot more sediment in it. Especially like right after it floods, right after it rains, you get so much of that debris, sediment in it and it's just all turbid.
Have mercy. Wind's starting to pick up.
It can't be understated how big Lake Eufaula is and wide open in places, and she gets bumpy.
She's gargantuous.
They're asking about you fishing this riprap here.
Dual box.
Wind, or are you just fishing it?
Third place pro Corey.
Yeah, definitely.
Casey.
The wind blowing in on it, but I did
KJ
fish it yesterday for the first time. It caught a 270 smallmouth. And I thought for sure the with the wind blowing in here, I'd catch one. There's like a pipe or a culvert coming out right there. It doesn't set up much better than this when you read the magazines. See, catch one.
Cat, are you surprised that we don't have more Oklahoma boys in the top 10?
No, I'm not.
Got 2, Harmon Davis and Tommy Biffle starting today.
No, I just think with these adverse conditions like that hometown, maybe to a certain extent it would help, but these conditions are just so crazy. I think it almost could mess you up more than anything because you're chasing ghosts or I don't know. No, I'm not surprised, to answer your question.
I think it was you that predicted we would see a non-local and definitely maybe somebody that hasn't had a big win.
Absolutely.
Before you predicted coming into this.
Yeah, and we stand a great chance of seeing that if a guy that brought in 16, 15, 14 yesterday and stumbles across a 19 or 20 pound sack like we saw brought in yesterday, buddy. We're seeing
or even a 15 in addition to a 13 might take this thing. We appreciate everybody hanging with us so far on Finale Friday. We've got a few more hours of live coverage. We've certainly enjoyed our time here this morning. A little slower than our anglers were expecting and what we were expecting based on yesterday and the weights, but hard to imagine that this place could kick them out with these conditions, kick them out like it did yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
So many double-digit limits yesterday.
Yesterday was very impressive, and it was not what we were expecting. It was a powerful weigh-in yesterday at Nichols Point with Big Al bringing the boom. We saw a lot of meat hit the scale, son.
A lot of anglers that got their feelings hurt thinking it was going to be a lot tougher than it was. How many of those did we talk to? They're like, holy cow, these guys caught them.
Yeah, it fished exceptionally better. This, to be honest, this is kind of fishing more of how we were anticipating, considering the conditions.
A little grimier today.
It's never really been able to truly stabilize. As soon as it was about to stabilize, that front came in and threw us a curveball.
Let's take a look back at some of the action from Lake Eufaula. Finale Friday, a 2-day shootout for $100,000.
No! What the heck?
Win 0. Woohoo!
Brandon Cobb. He's not joking about not 0. Tommy Biffle.
We're off the clock to clock more fish. to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha. Reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula, and your leader of this 2-day shootout after day 1, Wes Logan, the Alabama pro, with 19-6 yesterday, trying to go back-to-back in the Sooner State.
Well, we're still in the merry-go-round, and we had a bite, about a 4-pounder, and broke it off in a bush. So that's pretty much the update. I don't know, not a lot of good things to talk about right now. I don't know, it just ain't going good. We still got some time, but we're gonna have to run across a stretch of them or something. I'm gonna flip for another hour or two. It seems like, I finally got a bite. Everything's getting beat up really, really bad. I mean, some guys are catching some fish. I don't know why I haven't had many bites, like on a buzz bait and a spinner bait, but I don't know. I'm just rolling with what I'm seeing, and I ain't seeing nothing good. About the only hope we got is to get 2 or 3 bites, and they all be really good ones. It's a crappy feeling when you ain't had a bite in 3 hours and you finally get one, it breaks off. I can tell you that. No, 4 hours, I'm sorry, 4 hours of fishing.
Tough break for Wes Logan. Let's take a look
I'd
at
about
that.
rather. When they're bass, they have to eat.
While we were at break.
He's still on there. Got it! Like a 4-pounder. When they're bass. When they're bass, they have to eat.
We've been calling those fish over 3 pounds Eufaula gold. It's certainly not what Wes wanted to see. After 4 hours, 4 tough hours.
I would love to catch some for y'all.
Very many bites.
I promise I'm trying. Riley, if you're watching, I am trying, I promise.
We know Miss Riley's watching. There's no doubt about it.
I should do points and flip all the points in here is what I should be doing.
Chad Marler, who started the day in 6th place and made a
maybe we can flip in a bush, catch
gutsy
an
call to
8-pounder.
abandon
Doubt it,
his,
but could happen.
decided to abandon his area from day one. Talked about it yesterday at the weigh-in. Right now showing he has 3 for 12 pounds and is taking the lead. 28 pounds, 1 ounce unofficially for 2 days. He has a 7, a 3, and a 2.
Mercy.
He was a confident dude. Also looking at that catch track, Brandon Cobb. Showing he's got a limit now. Small limit. Has 5.
I mean, by the way we're fishing right now, we ain't even gonna get the check.
Watch your mouth.
There's a lot of talk coming in about, man, if you just catch 5 fish both days, you're going to get a check. 7 or 8 pounds a day is going to get a check. Yesterday we had, I believe, something in the range of like 95 limits out of 110 pros. There were well over 50 bags in that double-digit range, and I mean that 10-pound plus, which was thought to be very difficult coming in. So I do think that check range is going to be higher than most guys thought.
Same.
Now, up here at the top with what we're seeing today, it's stingy. And I think this one, you know, Fat Cat, we broadcast at 1 o'clock today. The weigh-in will start at 2 o'clock at Nichols Point. We say this every time, I feel like, because our NPFL events are so crazy. They've been so tight most of the time. This one's going to be hard to call because we don't know what's happening outside of these 5 cameras unless somebody's giving us the goods on catch track, like a Chad Marler. Chad was 1 spot out of a camera today, and he's catching the right ones so far.
Yeah, we have guys that, didn't do well on the first day that we thought we could do really good, and maybe like Jason Christie finds him today and brings in our first 20-pound sack.
Look at that contrast right there. One of these is not like the other.
Been looking at it all morning like it's 2 different lakes. It's incredible.
From where Wes Logan's at to KJ Queen. $94 limits yesterday.
Damn it. Felt little though.
AJ, almost downtown Eufaula. Not too far from where we sit here in the city of Eufaula. And flooded docks and flooded yards.
You name it, buddy. Like, yeah, there's a grass pattern. Like, this grass grows in Lake Eufaula? No, man. I'm talking about grass in somebody's backyard. I mean, like, right there. Is that a bike rack? Like, what is he flipping? What is that? That is
bike rack at the elementary school.
I'm telling you.
Not sure. Could be playground equipment. We've seen some flooded playgrounds this
week. On monkey bars. He's flipping monkey bars right now. I love me a good set of monkey bars. Good old jungle gym. Shoot. You can't get me off a swing set at a park. That's why I was upset. I come here today, going swing sets underwater. I'm like, come on, man.
I felt the same about the picnic tables over there at Jellystone Park. It's underwater. Can't even have a good old picnic, bud.
Sad. But coming into this event, Brad Staley was one of them. It could be a picnic table pattern. If I'm not mistaken, I think a few cats have pulled them off some picnic tables, mailboxes.
Chain link fences.
Chain link fences.
Is that a volleyball net over his shoulder? Seriously. He's
sure,
in the park.
He's
Let's check back in. South Carolina Pro Brandon Cobb.
wish I could get bit off these just trees and stuff, but I haven't. If this is not a bush, I don't get a bite. It would open up the areas to fish a lot, though, if you could get bit on these. I can't.
That pattern within
It's
the
definitely
pattern.
possible, but I think there's probably so scattered that even if you said, yeah, they're up against the bank, and you went up in there, you couldn't fish 100 yards every 30 minutes because you can't hardly maneuver. If you're in a kayak, maybe, but in a bass boat, so hard. Probably catch one or two, but it would not be efficient.
Brandon did most of his damage flipping yesterday, but has found most success today swimming a white jig. These fish seem like, with this depth, they suspend up in these flooded bushes a little bit. Heard a lot of talk about that out of practice on a spinnerbait. Was, if I had to guess, the #1 bait of choice yesterday amongst most of the field that caught them. As we mentioned, Brandon has a limit. He and Tommy Biffle are the only two in the top 5 with a limit so far. And while we were away,
I could see this bush beside this tree better this morning. Still see it. I did this a little bit yesterday, swam this jig for 45 minutes. We just bite a little bit better today and not bite flipping as good. Do what now?
this was from just earlier.
There was a lot of small fish.
Yeah, there were. Just like here, small ones. But you know what that is? We went from 0 to 5. I'm saving 5 for a 4-pounder, but you know, I have to take it out the big size.
Back live with Tommy Biffle. Looks like he changed areas. A little dirtier water than we saw Biffle in earlier today. It's moved out into the wind.
Any second now.
Tommy does have a small limit. He caught first thing. Estimates that it's around 7 pounds, 7.5 pounds. Got him at 25.4 unofficially, and in third place The Oklahoma legend. Some would say the inventor of the pitching technique. D. Thomas gets all the credit for bringing flipping and that technique to the East. Biffle really always likes to pitch his bait around. Won about $9 million doing that. I'm not sure officially, but a lot of money.
A lot.
Some narrow misses and some Forest Wood Cups and Bassmaster Classics over the years. Second place by just a little bit.
Dude, and when it comes to, you and I, fans of the sport, love it, and just being around these anglers, but where I'm going with this, how many stories have you heard about Tommy Biffle?
Oh, man.
They could write books, not a book, but books about the stories that revolve around Tommy Biffle. It was funny. I'll give y'all some insight. At the round table, Ken Duke interviewed Tommy Biffle, which is great. You guys need to go to the YouTube channel, watch all the round tables. Ken Duke does a great job interviewing our anglers. Cameras went off. Ken Duke asked Tommy Biffle, he said, Tommy, let me ask you a question. Out of all these Tommy Biffle stories, these crazy stories that we hear, which one is untrue? Tommy said, they're all true.
Spoken like a true living legend.
No doubt.
67 years young out here. 24th in our Progressive Angler of the Year race after day one of this event. Having a great season.
He already has a limit this morning. So to come out of this smelling pretty.
Bass Fishing Hall of Famer. Back over to future Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, Brandon Cobb. Speaking of that Progressive Angler of the Year race, Brandon Cobb's going to find himself, the tournament was to end today, in fourth place in that race. Came into Eufaula in ninth. Going to be a big shakeup in points, I feel like. Then things start to get tight with only 2 events left. Those jumps, big swings start to get few and far between. So I'll try to get it done just past this halfway point. Getting that top 40 or potentially hoist that Progressive Golden Shield for winning Angler of the Year. Patrick Walters will be leading right now after the standings yesterday. Go Walters, Kyle Welcher, Greg Hackney. Those were the top 3 coming in, but they just kind of did some flipping and flopping. Brandon Cobb, as I mentioned, to 4th. Caleb Kufall to 5th. Daryl Swindle would bump up a little bit to 6th place. Jason Burrows in 7th. Bill Lowen, Barron Adams, and Scott Canterbury would be your Progressive Angler of the Year top 10 if we ended on the day one standings.
getting a little muddy right here. I don't know why. Weird looking mud. It's always a hard decision when it's like, when things aren't going great but you're kind of locked into an area like we are here. It's always a hard decision whether to slow down and really pick everything apart or speed up and throw something you can just go fast and make a bunch of casts with. It's always one of the toughest decisions.
Or for me, sit down and eat a sandwich and complain about how tough it is. Look at that. KJ Queen fitting a spike one.
I guess that ruins the volleyball tournament I was in next week. Daggone shame. Oh, my daggone tight shorts, tank top for nothing.
Oh, just out here grinding, trying to get a big bite, man. I gotta get big ones. I'm currently stuck on a picnic table right now, though, so that's probably not good.
You won't hear that many tournaments this year.
Well, other than that, we're just a grinding.
Picnic table.
We got us 3, but we just gotta get some size. We ain't got no size yet. Keep a blade in our hands, though. This blade gets big ones. We'll get a big one. We got some wind. I'm really in between making a move or not. I got some other areas of the lake and I feel like I can go catch one at. Just don't know how big of ones I can get. I feel like my best shot's in here to get a big bag, but I got a bite eventually. I mean, can't go but so long without a bite. So we'll see. We're gonna keep chunking and winding. Got a few birds showing up on our points over here, so I'm gonna hit them up, see if there's any pulled in on them. And we're just gonna go fish. It ought to be stacked in this. You can see out to the
KJ
left.
not fishing too far.
You see how muddy the water is, and then you get over here to the bank, and it just gets nice and pretty and clean right here on the bank. That'll all be stacked on it, you'd think. It's not clean by no means, but it's cleaner than that stuff. The grass filters is out. Come on, neat old Betsy. Old Wilbur. Looking for Wilbur.
You know where you're going to find Wilbur? Nichols Point, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time when Big Al brings the boom today at the live weigh-in. I mean, buddy. And it sounded like jokes, a picnic table pattern. It's like, oh, he's making jokes. He's being silly. No.
Is that a grill he's fixing to cast by? Yep, it is. Right?
My sun still bright.
Yeah, that's a grill.
Come on, fish. Where you at?
Sing it, KJ. Talk to him, boy.
Speak to him. Come on, let's make you famous. Get you on camera. Ooh, it feels good in the shade. Look at that. Bass ought to be sitting in it too.
I'm up there trying to get a hot dog.
I'm just like, please, Jesus, let him catch one off a grill or a picnic table or something. Please climb on. I don't care if it's a catfish, a carp.
I better get it before I hang Charlene on the butt. Hate to leave that chatterbait there. Come on, we got some bird, cleaner water, got some wind. I'll be right there.
I think it doesn't say anything about
stay off the grass.
No vibrating jigs.
Oh, picnic tables are sticky.
AJ Queen showing us what Eufaula is all about right now. Folks in the city of Eufaula and the residents on Lake Eufaula have been dealing with these flooded conditions for a couple months now, and it's risen a couple feet for our NPFL pros this week. Definitely making for an interesting two-day shootout. We'll be back in just a few moments for more flooded Lake Eufaula action after a word from our sponsor.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats. Feel the rush.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula and Brandon Cobb. Unofficially in second place right now. Weighed in 19 even on day one. Sitting with 714 unofficially today.
I don't think that was a bite. I lost my swim jig in the bush, and I thought something ate it, but I think it was just the bush.
Fishing much slower today for the top five. Cobb and Biffle, the only two out of the top five with the limit so far. Neither catching the quality they were yesterday. Eufaula's come up almost 2 foot since the end of practice. We had that bad set of storms roll in here early Wednesday morning, which caused us to cancel day one and turn this into a 2-day shootout for $100,000 in that prestigious NPFL Shield. Majority of the anglers were kind of excited about canceling. They didn't like the lightning and the thunder, but there was a few of them eager to get out there.
I think they were just eager to get out there to see if Noah's Ark had shown up. Animals 2 by 2, and
buddy,
it's been the case in Oklahoma.
Yes, it
last
has.
couple months.
And I'm sure the anglers were stoked to get to town and see the clarity of water that Cobb is in, but you can also see some folks were stoked to see that muddy water that Biffle's in. Kind of pick your poison. Now, we did see Biffle earlier go back to some of that cleaner water. Started in the dirty stuff, the jungle. We lost him for a while. And we went back to him. He was kind of moved back out. Similar water to what Cobb is in. And now, see him back to kind of where he started at, it looks like.
This little bitty bush right here, and let's go back to that windy side and just see, make sure you're not biting the swim jig over there, and I didn't miss them. But if I don't get any bites, then we are not going to fish the windy side anymore.
Biffle said he was rotating between the jig and the bug.
Yeah, let's go try the
just
windy
trying to
side.
get it right in the middle
Fish,
of the
and if they're
bushes.
still there, maybe I just didn't throw the right bait this morning. Because I did not swim the jig any. Let's go try it.
To Wes Logan, your day one leader.
Sure, those anglers may not be the best for their fishing patterns, according to Cobb earlier, but that breeze has got to be welcomed by some of them because of that Oklahoma heat is bringing it this week.
Do what? I ain't really got nothing to say.
A little bit of company.
I'm just trying to find somewhere to fish.
Wes Logan dealing with some crowded areas. We heard a lot of that yesterday, and it's because not a lot of clean water, not clean water, but cleaner water, Fat Cat. And with all the tools these anglers have, we mentioned it earlier, we've got side imaging, we got Humminbird 360, Lake Master mapping, but a new tool that so many anglers are utilizing, and we've been utilizing here
Yes, we
at
have.
NPFL Live. It helps us tell the story and kind of get a picture of what's going on out there, and that is the Deep Dive app. And let's take a deeper dive into Lake Eufaula. And one of the coolest features on the Deep Dive app, in my opinion, is this water clarity map. So you can see red is obviously very dirty. And when you zoom out, you can just see the overview of how few cleaner water areas there are on Eufaula. You can see why it is so crowded. Now, let me add where our anglers are. And you can see Brandon Cobb kind of down here by his lonesome in this general area down the lake. But when you look over here to where Wes is set up, you got Wes Logan, you got Tommy Biffle and Corey Casey in the same general area. But you can look, that is one of those cleaner water areas. Now, we do not have icons on all the anglers that are in the area, but I can assure you there are a lot more than just that little group right there in that particular creek. Now, you can zoom in where KJ Queen's at right here in the city of Eufaula. That's where he was playing volleyball just a little earlier and fishing those picnic
And it
tables.
looks like the exact shade of color he's fishing.
No
in,
doubt
too.
about it. Just as red as it gets. But the Deep Dive app, it's available on every app platform, whether you're Android, iPhone. You can use it on your iPad. A lot of folks like to take an iPad for mapping in the boat or for Google Earth imagery. Man, you can add the Deep Dive app really easy to it. Water clarity. You've also got wind impacts. That's what we're talking about.
And
You
the
can
key
see where
word
that
is
wind.
impact, exactly. It shows you the shoreline that the wind is hitting. They're pushing the bait against, whatever the case may be.
You can see that big
Doesn't
south
just
wind.
show you the simple, exactly. Like it truly is very informative.
In red, you can see where it's building there in some of those wider areas of the lake. So definitely that big south wind going to impact some areas today. Thanks to the folks at Deep Dive for letting us take a deeper dive into the conditions we are facing here at Lake Eufaula. Let's get back to Tommy Biffle playing in the mud.
He's in that tricky kind of, it looks muddy, but it's clearer than it appears to be, correct? He has better visibility. It's more stained than it is muddy, I guess you would say. It's kind of
it's a little bit like
got to let
Here we go.
small. Call every one of them.
from Biffle over to Brandon Cobb. Sorry, folks.
Tommy's just putting some voodoo on it, I think. We accuse some anglers of that from time to time when their service is
Absolutely.
bad. We have had that issue with Tommy today. We apologize to all the Bass Fishing Hall of Famer fans because we know there are a lot of you like Fat Cat and I today.
Man, don't think I don't want to see it. Now we
doubt.
both want to see it.
Tiny one, nip it. Little bitty.
Cobb started his career on the FLW Tour, had a lot of success there. Jumped over to the Bassmaster Elite Series, joined us this year as well. He's got a couple wins on the Elite Series.
Dude, you see in his profile pic, he's smiling. That's normally the Brandon Cobb I see, too. Always seems to be lighthearted, in a good mood. You don't see Brandon get rattled very often.
Upbeat about 99% of the time. For
Absolutely. Sure. Like you're saying, what a heck of an angler. Very well-rounded, can do it all, has done it all.
And that can certainly help you in a lake where if you let it get to you mentally, we talked about it a lot yesterday.
We talked a lot coming into this event.
No doubt. You got to stay dialed or try to. I mean, think about the conditions these guys are dealing with. 9 feet of water over the original bank line. Flooded, was 7 feet at the end of practice. Actually had fallen some. They've got 2 additional feet from what they saw in practice, of an extra foot from what they saw yesterday. Not to mention, like, we're in the heart of the Oklahoma summer. Water temperatures are upper 70s, low 80s in areas, especially in those muddier areas. It's going to heat up quicker. Then they're dealing with an air temperature in the 90s. It is not easy to stay in it. Hear Swindle talk about that PMA all the time. I mean, you do. You have to put your head down and pretend that none of this is going on and just focus on getting your next bite and hope to land it when you do get it. We saw that with Hackney yesterday. He felt like he had a potential to catch 20 pounds with what he hooked yesterday, and then ends the day with 15 pounds, shows up at the weigh-in. He's got 6 fish in his live well, which goes to a 2-pound penalty. So you talk about that mental, like Hackney's one of the most mentally tough guys in this game, but just in the heat of the moment, you make a simple mistake
Keyword
like
is
that.
heat.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You make that mistake, and we were with him when he discovered he made that mistake, and he was just devastated because 2 pounds is such a huge impact in any tournament, but when the weights are so tight, I mean, 15 pounds has him in contention to win this thing today, for sure.
And I also think this will be an asterisk beside this event for a lot of anglers. This will be an event that stands out in anglers' histories because of just how
It's one we'll never forget.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's been so unpredictable. The only thing predictable, as we said earlier, has been the unpredictability. It has just been a wild week here in Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. We still got quite a bit of fishing left, folks. Sitting there watching Brandon Cobb and Tommy Biffle. Shows that contrast that we're dealing with here at Eufaula.
Cobb unofficially in second, Biffle unofficially in third. The only two in our top 5 we are covering today based on the day 1 standings that have a limit so far.
Now we just need Biffle to stroke one.
Actually, Biffle's was just bumped to 4th by Mike Quinlan.
Uh-oh.
Has added 11 pounds to his 14-pound day 1.
National Expo, Mike Quinlan in the house.
Well, the day started out pretty good. Caught a lot of fish, just small. And then we fished that till 9 o'clock and we gave up on that. And I really thought that they might be biting over in another place. And went over and fished a little bit and didn't get any bites, so now we're running little spots that in practice that we'd have 1 or 2 bites in. And
what's changing today?
oh, I'm sure the water's still rising. Hey, for some reason my dang shoulders are hurting bad.
Hurting from 40 years of flipping and pitching.
And kicking butt.
That man's boat flipped more 5-pounders you and I will ever see in our lifetime, Pat.
I believe you, friend. I believe you.
It's only about switching up, flipping a little bit, frogging a little bit.
We're just trying to figure out what they'll bite. You know, they bit the frog good this morning. But we've not had a flipping bite today. They were.
That ought to be just stacked right here. This is the only clean water in this whole freaking area. The wind's pushing bait
Back over
in
to
here.
KJ.
Like, don't make any sense. Now you talk about feeling good. That right there feels good. Feel better if I could catch one. Maybe on this road bed and I just sit here, sit in the shade and jack them. Would be nice. Thing was full of bait yesterday.
Kid show.
Does he catch one on live off of a picnic table, a garbage can, or a grill
Yes.
today?
Yes, I'm manifesting it right now. Like that's all I've been thinking about.
You really have been talking about that for like 2 weeks.
Yes,
you just want that to happen.
Yes, I have.
I want it to happen too.
I think we all do. There you go. More of that contrast here at Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. Dual box with Wes Logan. Came into finale Friday leading this event, which became a 2-day shootout. Severe weather that came in early Wednesday morning caused us to cancel. First day of the event. Wes barely had a day of full practice. Brought in 19.6 to the scales yesterday. We were not expecting to see a bag that big, but have mercy. We had a lot of bags hit the scales yesterday that were bigger than expected. Jason Burrows weighed on a 7-pound, 12-ounce.
I don't know where this car's
Big
going.
pass of the event so
You better
far.
slow down. He's gonna run us over.
Please catch one off a stop sign. Please.
Oh, man.
Is that a
Now,
disc
does he have
golf?
to stop at that stop sign? I mean, how does that work?
I think you have to put the power poles down. I think that's how it works. to come
Hopefully
to a complete
Shane
stop.
Fields, the local game warden, isn't out there. Shout out to Shane. Shane's awesome. Helps us. We come to Eufaula. Probably he'll run Tanner and Travis around, or
Guys, a three-way here. Come on.
helps give us some insight.
Stop at the stop sign. Be here.
Just 50 bass sitting there trying to figure out how to operate a stop sign.
Dude, the craziest thing ever. I was in practice, and there's like a little state park thing, and there's all these geese out there. They come out, blew a whistle, and baited the geese in with corn, throwing corn on them. And then once they baited them in, they had like 10 people come back with fences, and they gathered them up and herded them into just one single little like container, and then picked them all up. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Wild geese. I mean, geese just like that. I mean, they were pretty tame. They were used to getting fed, you could tell.
Herding geese. I've heard of herding cats.
I hope nobody checks my hotel room.
Come on, be
Notice
on
some
this
feathers.
roadbed, baby. All you
Stuck
fish,
to the
just
bottom
pull
of
back
your
in
shoe.
here
That's
and be on
weird.
it. Got bait on it. Come on, fish, just be here.
For anybody just tuning in, they are fishing the same body of water.
Let's see if they crossed over the road. They might have crossed the road. Yesterday I didn't think that they crossed the road because it's almost too shallow then. But I mean, I'm not even touching it now, so. They could easily swim across that.
Like KJ starts singing again.
I mean, KJ is always getting into something on live.
Woo! I about hit some goods. Would not have been good.
I don't want to hurt the boys.
Uh-oh.
All right, finally. Might have just figured them out.
It's a keeper.
Might just push back. Ain't no giant, but I'll take him right now. Skinny as a rail. Come on, don't just be one rando. Be more. Come on, I know one pulled up. There's gotta be more back here. Don't tell me I'm just gonna get one bite. Come on, I know there's gotta be more. All those fish down that bank, they could have just pushed right back. Went up with the water.
Oh.
Staggerhead.
Well, he's kind of scary right now.
Oh yeah, if he's a keeper.
$12-inch size limit for this event.
We got 5.
The definition of a
They're
line
not
burner.
big, but we got 5. Old Queen Shackles Witchblade catching them big ones right now. We'll get a big one. Get us around one, we'll catch him. Purple needs to go.
KJ Queen getting it done in the
I had
park.
one right there. Like, no way.
Just adds his 5th one to the box. We appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for more Lake Eufaula action in just a few moments.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast, to chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula. A shot of that muddy water that a lot of our anglers are having to deal with this week due to the fact that this amazing lake has been flooded for almost 2 months now. Crazy wet weather spring into early summer for the folks in Eufaula, Oklahoma.
The humidity is thick out there. You can see it right there. I mean, it's terrible.
It might have just been sweat
on
the camera lens at this point. High today of 92. 3,000% humidity out there, it feels like.
Yeah, I just drove down to another area that I got some bites in practice, down closer to the dam.
Corey Casey having some cell issues, so we're going back to the middle of town with KJ Queen.
I'd like to catch a big one, then I know it's like, all right, the big ones are in here though. It's just, I don't know if it's just all gonna be little dinks or if a big one or two will pull in.
Had some bonus coverage during that commercial break. We saw KJ catch another one there. KJ playing the strategy of staying close to Nichols Point, where they have a ton of local tournaments during the course of a year, and of course, where the NPFL is going out of. We do have live release pontoons, so not all the fish getting released right there at Nichols Point, but they take them out and release them in the general area. So it's playing the fact that there are a lot of fish that are residential fish that live in this area, and that he could have some release fish as well.
That was the
for
key
day
word
2
earlier. Yes, sir.
Which is a technique, a tactic, I should say, that we see people play out everywhere we go in the country. Hang close to the ramp, those popular boat ramps.
Can't never catch 2 at the same cast. Craziest thing ever. Come on. Man, that messes this up and everything. Gosh.
Check back in with your tournament
you
leader
okay?
after day one, Wes Logan.
I know.
I believe KJ just hit the cameraman as we move. It's pandemonium in KJ's boat all the time. KJ I want to fish team tournaments with KJ. Speaking of pandemonium.
Well,
some pandemonium going
we
on
have
this boat too. Total
made a move,
change
obviously.
for Wes Logan.
It don't look the same, but I don't know. I got tired of looking at it in there. I got tired of being behind people. We may not get another bite, but I should have most of this to myself. And I don't know. We're gonna throw this blade around and try and get a couple bites and hope they're big. Potential's there, but I don't know. We still got a little bit of time. I think we got around 3 hours. Just go down the right little stretch. I'm not gonna give up, I can assure you of that, but odds are not on our side. Was able to get a couple of bites, but one day I got to practice doing this. Just don't really know where to do it. Don't have to run around and hope and pray we run across one or two. Maybe they'll be 6-pounders. It feels good. Like I feel like I made the right decision. That's got to count for something.
Half the battle right there, right? Yes, sir.
My hat's off to whoever wins this one because they earned it. I'm just trying to get the dust out of my live well right now.
Boy,
water's so much higher than it was.
We have cameras on the top 5 based on the standings from day one. Wes was the top dog here. Lake Eufaula yesterday with 19 pounds, 6 ounces. If you're just tuning in, his area
Head down, keep fishing, hope for the best.
Got a lot of other anglers in it. Got a lot of bites for Wes today.
We heard him tell Swindle earlier. Swindle was in the background, fishing near each other. He said, man, he was fishing clear water earlier. He said, if it's gonna work, I'm gonna go find that mud and roll that blade, and here we are. He hasn't pulled the blade out yet, but
Wes using that Yamaha show to get him all over Lake Eufaula. A lot of anglers in our 2025 field are running those great Yamaha show engines, and for good reason. Not only are they super reliable, get you there and back again, but you get paid if you do well in the event just for having a Yamaha hanging on the back of your boat. $5,000. We saw Scott Canterbury win $5,000 goes to the winner of each event. The NPFL throws that to the angler with a Yamaha. And if an angler with a Yamaha does not win the NPFL event, then $1,000 will go to the highest finishing Yamaha owner in the event. NPFL and Yamaha Angler and Center program. Lots of extra cash floating around the NPFL this year in contingency bonuses, and definitely makes sense to have a Yamaha Even if you don't fish the NPFL, what are you doing with your life?
Hey,
as
get your
Fat
life
Cat
right,
would say?
Bobby. Buy a Yamaha. Come on.
Show enough a good thing. Back over to KJ Queen. Two out of 3 events. Three events so far, 2 out of 3 Yamaha winners so far.
Jason Christie, Scott Canterbury.
Will we make it 3 today?
Good chance.
Several Yamahas up there.
You think if they're in
That
that yard
number of
grass,
Yamahas is growing.
you
buddy.
ought to be able to take and flip the trees and the bushes and catch those.
Here we go.
That's buried in there.
Show them how it's done, KJ.
It's just hard for me to flip whenever there's some eating the blade. I get bigger bite on the blade. Man, I wish I could have got that one that was right there. That was a good one I had. I actually hit it like a decent one. Well, we just finally made a little move. I've been working all morning trying to figure out which way these fish had went. Searching, and I never did run across any. It's just like they weren't there. And I finally pushed back in this pod, got a little bit cleaner water. I actually fished it yesterday, never had a bite, but the roadbed was scraping my trolling motor, and now I got clearance on it, so it's deep enough the fish will finally push back in here. So hopefully we might be able to stumble around and get some big one. I just lost a big one right here a second ago. So there's definitely some fish starting to bite. I think it's just a matter of being around fish more than anything. You get that switchblade around one, he's gonna freaking eat it. But you can't catch them sitting here fishing for squirrels. Squirrels and snakes ain't gonna make the cut.
KJ talking about losing one. He also made a little upgrade while we were away.
All right.
Landed it in that one's mouth, I believe.
Might have just figured them out.
As soon as it hit the water.
Might just push back. Ain't no giant, but I'll take him right now. Skinny as a rail. Come on, Mr. Fish.
We saw him sweet talking them. He was on live at Lake Norman. He can definitely talk a fish into climbing on.
Come on, we need big ones.
I know I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. If you did not watch KJ Queen on live at Lake Norman, you need to get your life right and go to YouTube when this event's over and look at our live event from Lake Norman, man. It was a great event overall. Greg Hackney took home the chrome, but KJ almost stole the show on live.
I'll be one right here, come on.
KJ Queen over there. The legend, Mr. Biffle.
Well, not much. we're up here looking around, and I see my buddy Hackney. I seen him through the woods over there. He's gone up to where we were going. So we're just kind of fishing around here, and had a couple of bites, but no good ones. So we just looking around.
Doing that toad around a little bit more.
He is.
Said it earlier. That's something that came up in practice. You and I were talking to James Watson. He and Biffle talk a lot of smack to each other as well,
yeah.
which is great. But this is something they figured out in practice together. Kind of the outside edge of some of the flooded bushes. And on up in the day.
Yes. He's in some dirty stuff, boy. Oh, let's see some. Oh, come on. Tommy Biffle over to Corey Casey. And yes, it's still on Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma. Corey started off the 2025 season strong. It's home lake on Santee Cooper. Comes into this event setting 20th in that progressive AOY race. Looking to take home some valuable progressive AOY points, and who knows, might take his first shield home as well. Top 5 we've been watching all day. Won't have to check in until 4:15, the last flight. Central Standard Time, but make sure you're tuned in at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time with Big Al bringing the boom. As Finale Friday weigh-in starts at Nichols Point. Yesterday we saw a lot of surprises, and I don't expect today to be any different.
Seeing some surprises right now.
Let's talk about them.
Fishing Chaos Catch Track. G-Man Gerald Swindle is taking the lead on Finale Friday here at a little after 11 o'clock. 12 pounds in addition to his 15-13 from yesterday, unofficially 28-2 in the lead, just barely over Chad Marler, who's unofficially got 28-1. The G-Man had one 4-pounder for a long time this morning. Then he updated. Now he has 2 4-pounders. He's got a couple small ones. If he can get rid of those.
Oh, boy.
We know they live here.
We know they live here.
I got one simple text from Gerald in practice that said, really starting to like this place.
I thought it was going to be, I hate you.
I get some of those from time to time, too.
Yeah, man, that was interesting. And sure enough, and even yesterday, he had a heck of a fish catch yesterday. Shared with us. That was just, he's had quite the event.
His nephew, little Trey Swindle, had a top 10 here in the Bassmaster Open in June last year. Way different conditions. Like Eufaula being good to that Swindle crew, being good to the Alabama crew in general. When you think about Canterbury called him yesterday, Wes Logan leading this thing, Gerald being up there.
Well, I think it's a testament to how fine this fishery is to be going through what it's going through for the past 2 months and still to crank out the type of fish it's cranking out. Like, it says a lot. Truly is a phenomenal fishery.
The first tournament Gerald ever won at the professional level that allowed him to go into this as a profession and stop building houses with his brother was on Beaver Lake in Arkansas on FLW Tour, 1998, I believe, but with a spinnerbait, flooded conditions.
Oh, boy.
Crazy flooded conditions. Yeah.
Oh, how the times have not changed.
Exactly. As much as things change, the more they change, stay the same, right? The more things change, the more they stay the same. Something like that. Some saying.
That sounds perfect. You said it just,
yeah.
turn that to a t-shirt.
I can't talk. Yeah. As much as things change, I don't know. That heat got to me yesterday, Pat. The hour we spent in the heat.
Buddy.
I'm so out of shape.
It was enough. That's one thing too. We talk about this being a grind, this event being what it is with all these crazy conditions the anglers are dealing with. But man, after you've been practicing all week, grinding all week, and then the heat really turns up, it can take a toll on a man.
I can promise you, after lunch or so today, gonna be some wheels turning and some folks ready to get to some air conditioning. If you didn't have a good day one, you're like, hey, we got the St. Lawrence River next in New York. I'm just ready to take it to the house. So there'll be a lot of that today.
Yeah.
And who could blame them for wanting to give up in the heat if you didn't have a good day one? I'd say you'll have some guys that had a good day one that might be ready to give up. You heard it from Wes Logan just a little earlier when he said, hey, whoever ends up winning this thing, my hat's off to him, because this one is a crazy battle dealing with Mother Nature, changing conditions, crowded areas. And you are looking at a lake too today, and we've not had a ton of fish catches on live. And when you look through the catch track, not a ton of limits today so far being reported, not a ton of big ones like we saw yesterday. And I think that is definitely a result of these changing conditions and the fact that this field just throttled this lake yesterday.
Yes.
They absolutely outperformed what we anticipated coming into this. 94 limits brought in out of 109 anglers that weighed yesterday. 50 or so bags over that 10-pound mark. I mean, it was a fantastic day on Eufaula, and it's showing today, though. A lot of those rode back to Nichols Point. We're going to take a quick break, check in with our sponsors, and we'll be back with more stop number 4 action from Lake Eufaula in Eufaula, Oklahoma in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuidebatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our touch the weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
We're back with KJ Queen.
You feel like he's just going to troll by the studio at any point? We're up here in downtown Eufaula, Oklahoma, and I feel like he's not
Very
far
possibly
from throwing that switchblade at my rental car.
We could probably walk outside and holler. He could hear us.
Hey, man.
Hey. Hey, man.
Good look at that wind.
I just ain't back in here.
Oklahoma breeze blowing through KJ's flow right there, Fat Cat.
Man, I was so excited.
Got a healthy head of hair on him, that
Oh,
boy.
he's about to absolutely blister him in this. He really should. I don't understand why we're not. Let that stuff
But he uses
rest
that
good.
mane and tail shampoo.
I hate I got in on top of it. I wouldn't have got on top of it if I'd known that the rest of it wasn't no good. That was the only place I had fish. Got in there and messed it up. Yeah, that's what we need. We need a 5 bad. At least make us look respectable.
And why would you want to go and do that?
Just wanted to catch one off a light pole.
Yeah, be our saving grace, man. Find a picnic table, pull a 6 or 7 pounder off of it, and we'll just shut down shop.
Just close this thing out.
We're done. Ain't gonna be able to top that.
Check back in with Brandon
I'm
Cobb.
gonna hit something.
Can't believe how crappy the flipping bite is today. It was good yesterday. I mean, I caught 15 keepers doing it yesterday. A lot of little ones, but
Brandon Cobb from South Carolina started today in second place. A couple South Carolina boys in the top 5. Got a North Carolina boy and KJ Queen. Alabama boy, Wes Logan, leading this thing after day 1. And only one Oklahoma resident in the top 5. 2 in the top 10. Harmon Davis joined Tommy Biffle in the top 10, but the Oklahomans didn't show up and show out like we anticipated. Lance Crawford was 27th after day 1. Darrell Robertson was 34th. Zach Verge, who had a big win here in a BPT last year, 40th. Mitchell Webb, 63rd. Jason Christie, 68th. Charlie Apperson, 77th. And Alton Wilhoit was 106 after day 1. So Oklahoma boys from Oklahoma letting the out-of-towners come in here and make a statement on day 1 at least.
Yeah, it's a different beast this week.
And when you do get crazy conditions, it doesn't benefit the locals, I feel like, because normal patterns go out the window unless you fished this lake in June when it's been 9 feet high in the past, but that's not something that typically happens.
No.
It does help you in knowing, okay, well, they typically live in this area, this large area. This is where we normally catch them, but where are they now?
And you're not getting dialed. The way has not been stable at all. As soon as it kind of started to stabilize, boom, like we talked about earlier, the storms came in, the water's it was already 7 foot high, now you're over 9 foot high. But it's never been able to stabilize, never been a dominant pattern, other than just pray something climbs on. There's a lot of praying yesterday because, boy, they did climb on. Had a heck of a wing in
Maybe
yesterday.
we did
Looking
catch
for the
them all
same
back
thing
here
again
yesterday.
today, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Big Al McCullough will be bringing the boom. Make sure you guys are tuned in. Brandon Cobb and the rest of the top 5, they'll be checking in at 4:15. This last check-in. The weigh-in starts at 2 p.m. And it's a good chance it might not be one of these guys that we see win this event. We've talked about it. A lot of the guys that did well yesterday kind of slipped a little bit today, and those guys that were doing mediocre yesterday kind of.
Scott Canterbury to 5th place right now on
There
the
you
catch
go.
track with 11 pounds to go with his 14. Mike Quinlan with 11 pounds to go with his 14 in 4th place. Brandon Klassen, who caught that 6-pounder late yesterday, which was half of his weight. He had 13, 14, 11, 4 today. Another great limit. He's in 7th unofficially. Kevin Rogers added 9 to his almost 15 pounds. We got him in 8th place. So, like I said, chances are right now, if it ends, somebody we don't even have on camera wins this event.
Absolutely.
That was top 5 after yesterday. And that just speaks to the volatility of these changing conditions. Sound like a broken record. We've said that a lot, but I cannot emphasize how difficult of a situation these anglers have been put in with these conditions. Especially, you add 2 more feet of water to an already, like you said, it was stable at 7 feet high. Yes, it's extreme, but these fish have been used to high water
You're
for a
able to
couple
kind
months.
of pattern
Yes,
them.
yes. And then that all went out the window after the big rain we got the night before what was supposed to be day 1 on Wednesday, and then during the day on Wednesday, all that went out the window. And honestly, I would say we were fortunate to have the day weight-wise we did yesterday, because those fish just seemed like they had not made a move. And today it would seem moves are being made by those fish with the changing conditions. Maybe a lot of them got moved back to the weigh-in yesterday. The weigh-in area.
Dude, and that's what KJ Queen's looking for. Now, the dual box with KJ and Brandon. KJ not far from where we launch and release. It's kind of been his game plan this morning. Once again, talking about it, we're going to keep talking about it. The contrast that we're seeing at Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma this week. It's that water clarity.
ain't supposed to go to that point. I was gonna fish it after I fished this pocket. Should have went on to it. Yep.
Uh-oh.
All 110 anglers out on Lake Eufaula in the NPFL field today. Starting to get a little crowded in some areas for sure, but there's several different things going on. Obviously, folks jockeying for position that Progressive Angler of the Year race, trying to get one of those paychecks.
Yeah, and something that Deep Dive app showed very clearly is that if you are an angler looking for clear water, you are very limited in where you want to go. And it seems like a lot of the anglers, that's what they wanted. That's what they felt comfortable in. Very intimidated by the kind of water that KJ is feeling right at home in. We saw Wes earlier kind of a, hey, man, I'm getting out of here. Too many people. He was around that better looking water, and he ended up in water dirtier than KJ's.
There aren't many places, many fisheries that look like where KJ's at all year round, you know, and I think you've got, and Oklahoma has a lot of lakes that have that color water. But a lot of anglers do. You want to run from it. I mean, it's
intimidating.
It
really is
intimidating.
Still don't know if I'd get a big one back there. That's the problem. I'd take some more 2-pounders though. I know that. I can get paid. I'm hoping they're pushed back into that little pocket, past that road bed.
Folks, the Catch Track leaderboard powered by Fishing Chaos it's not glitching.
Drama time.
Oh my goodness. Y'all need to be paying attention because it's a lot going on. It is a lot going on. This tournament is
got a long time before weigh-in starts, and a lot of things can shake out, but it's getting very interesting. I'd like to also remind everybody, when we were here in 2023, this thing ended in a tie between Luis Fernandez and Will Harkins. Luis won the tiebreaker. So,
and here we are back.
Here we are again, tight weights.
Lake Eufaula continuing to bring the drama.
Average bag yesterday was 10 pounds. I don't think we'll see that today.
Ooh, no, sir.
I don't think we'll see that.
All right, come on, I'll let it rest long enough. I'll be an Owen in there.
I really think these guys, we haven't seen catching them, they have a longer flight, that longer day. I think that longer day is going to be crucial to this event.
Any
Crucial
second, I
to
feel like
making
I
sure you
can
got
catch a
enough
big one
waters
there.
in the boat.
He said he don't care.
That's why I drive a lifter
I
truck.
didn't lock the hubs and dump the clutch.
When it floods, I can cross them roads.
Come on, I gotta get a big one so bad. Where y'all at?
KJ's wide open, man.
What you see is what you get.
That's right.
Definitely a cool cat.
Douglas was awesome. Numbers wise, that was pretty cool.
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios powered by Pro Guy Batteries. And everybody's either moving, running around, or they don't have service right now. The flood got them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you know what everybody else is also doing? They're embracing the chaos.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. Welcome to the 2025 NPFL season. We've had crazy conditions just about everywhere we've been. We've had to postpone some days. We've had to cancel some days, crazy water levels, but there are guys that are figuring it out. Let's take a look at the top 20 right now. Unofficial top 20, of course, at 2 p.m. Things get really official in this 2-day shootout while all these anglers are trying to run down that NPFL shield. And I believe we're getting a look. This is our official leaderboard, really coming off of yesterday. Wes Logan was on top with 19-6. You had Brandon Cobb in second with 19 even. Kind of how this thing took shape. Corey Casey, Tommy Biffle, KJ Queen were your top 5 coming into today. Been a lot tougher day on those guys out there on day number 2, the final day, finale Friday here in the city of Eufaula, Oklahoma. Look there at the rest of the top 20.
Coming into finale Friday, these were the weights. These are not your up-to-date weights on the catch track.
Got to check those out on the website.
Chaos.
Yeah,
That's right.
And a lot of noise,
buddy. Hey, I'm excited. Dude,
go ahead. Let's hear it. What are you the most excited about right now? I feel like I know.
We're seeing on the catch track. It's a lot of moving. Okay. Let's calm down. But we're seeing a lot of
Settle
moving. Dude, but it's wild what's going on the catch track. We're seeing guys like Hunter Bogman making moves, been up in the 3rd right now. Gerald Swindle come out of nowhere. He had a 4-pounder. He was just kind of glum. And all of a sudden, we checked again. The son of guns leading the tournament.
Yeah, there he is.
It's a lot going on. You're seeing other guys make moves, and then with the guys we're following, kind of like they're grinding. It's been fun watching KG. It's been fun watching Biffle, but the guys really doing the work are the guys off camera.
And which is no fun for us
and it's
or
no
the folks at
surprise.
home. That's kind of how it shakes. Embrace the chaos, as you said. Hunter Bogman was a guy you picked coming into this event. And you and I both talked about it. Has a ton of Arkansas River experience, which is a tough fishery, has a lot of flooded conditions a lot of times. And so no surprise to see Hunter doing work after you know, this, call it the
He's
midway
one
point.
of the few
of the
anglers
final
that's
day.
kind of been conditioned by these out. You know,
No
he's
doubt
used to this
about
kind
it.
of stuff.
No doubt about it. And be really cool to see Hunter with an NPFL shield. This doesn't live that far from here either. He's got some Eufaula experience. Let's check in with the sponsors that make it all possible here at the NPFL. We'll be back for more live action from Lake Eufaula in just a few moments.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today. at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Eufaula, and there's a look at that unofficial leaderboard, and the G-Man, Gerald Swindle, has taken over. He was in 7th place and a tie for 7th to start this finale Friday, and just made another small upgrade, 29-4 unofficially for 2 days. And Chad Marler with 12 pounds, but keep in mind he is only reporting 3 bass. Chad Marler also says he has a 7-pounder fat cat on that catch track, and we saw a 712 yesterday.
That's the fish that makes the difference here.
Another big mover, and a gentleman that has fished the NPFL since the very beginning. Hunter Bogman knows how to get it done. We talked about this just right before the break. 12.5 pounds today. Brandon Cobb, the only angler that started the day in the top 5 that is in the top 5 currently as we move into this last hour of live coverage. Mike Quinlan, Scott Canterbury, Tommy Biffle, Brandon Klassen, Kevin Rogers, and Harmon Davis rounding out your unofficial top 10. We'll take a look at the rest of the top 20. Corey Casey, John Cox, Greg Hackney, Dylan Freeze, Joey Bloom, Matt Massey, Cody Bird, Derek Latonin, Wes Logan, and Kyle Welcher rounding out your unofficial top 20. Things are getting interesting, to say the least, on flooded Lake
I'm having my bait
Eufaula.
get hung up more than I was when it's still
Back
going
out
through, but
to Brandon
it's getting
Cobb.
hung up some.
Cobb had 19 pounds yesterday on Eufaula. Another limit today.
We were not expecting to see anything like that. And buddy, saw a couple of them.
Jeez, there's 2 boats in here. I didn't even see the other one.
Cobb flipped up the majority of that 19 pounds yesterday, but has been swimming a jig a lot today. That helped him get his limit. He made that change. Really sticking with this area. KJ.
Got some company. Who that? And I imagine he's going to have a whole lot more company as we get closer to 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. The beginning of the weigh-in with Big Al McCullough bringing the boom at Nichols Point. Make sure y'all are tuned in. KJ and the rest of the top 10 will weigh in at 4:15 p.m., the last flight. It's like old Mitchell Webb, Oklahoma native.
Dude, there's got to be way more than that right here. Got to be. He was way out off that stuff too. I was hitting it though. I was running through all kinds of it. Just submerged. Can't see. Google map it. See what else we got back here. Do a little sneak on. Oh no, I need to. Crap. I always forget about that, dude. Bassmasters and stuff, you don't have to. I'm not used to it. Did good about it all day yesterday. Oh, this kills you though. Ah, come on. Is that 5? There we go.
KJ was a pound 7 off the lead coming into today in 5th place.
This stuff comes out. Where's that last tree? Is that the last tree?
That's a
yeah,
good look
maybe.
to give you an idea of what these anglers are dealing with.
Really?
How flooded it is.
Not exactly Lake Shore anymore. It is the lake.
Well, well, well. Your unofficial leader, according to Catch Track, Gerald Swindle.
Right in front. I can smell if you fart, but hey, don't worry about it.
Right, yeah.
They're getting situated. Uh-oh. Everybody's making a move. Back to KJ Queen.
And the KJ Queen show. That's a disc golf basket.
Buddy, we saw him yesterday. It's crazy.
You know what I want him to go fish? Over there where we've been staying, that
the bulldozer.
I want him to go
Yes,
fish the bulldozer that's in the water. Fat Cat and I, we've had our eyes on the bulldozer to watch the water level since we got here. Little toy bulldozer.
Over to Tommy Biffle.
Seems like about the only thing they want to bite's that frog.
We're live. What's going on here?
Well, we come back to the place that we started, and we caught a lot of little fish, but caught some good ones in here yesterday. And they all turned to little ones today, so we're hoping for the afternoon bite of 4-pounders. There's enough shad in here, and they're hitting them every now and then to give you hope that you can catch one. So we'll see. Enough bushes in here to spend the rest of the day.
Tommy leading the boys from Oklahoma division in the tournament. 6th place. Unofficially right now. Orman Davis in 10th unofficially. Not too far behind. I'm just kind of surprised to not see the bug getting pitched into the bushes. That's not how he caught the bulk of his weight yesterday.
Oh. Probably a little guy or a sand bass, but we'll see. We put a rattle trap on here. I thought that maybe yesterday I was wishing I had one because they were busting out here in the middle.
Shade pockets. It's like they like them limbs with the thick shade versus the core of the bush. And they sit up under it and they want to, usually they catch it before it gets down. It'll be about halfway down, they'll stop it. That's why you ain't fishing no good old big weight. You're trying to go as light as you can and get the bait down there. give them time to get up under that fly ball, you know. We'll go down in the middle. That's treacherous territories down in there.
Gerald was 3 pounds 9 ounces behind Wes Logan to start
What's crazy
today.
is you got to make so many flips around a bush. It's like, this ain't a spawning bite where it's just that one pitch and you make him come get it. If it looks like there's one there, you better pitch in there several times all the way around it till he sees it. He just got so much foliage they can't. I mean, it'd be real easy for him to miss it when it comes jetting by him. You try to. That's why I didn't like it in that wind out there, even though that's my better area. But I just didn't feel like I was being effective at all, just flying down through there. And and sometimes I like to fish it back out of there, like pitch it in one of them bushes, and then just start fishing it back out. I lost a big one yesterday right before I come in like that, broke my rod and everything else. Fishing it back, just casting a brush hog around them deeper bushes. This is sexy right here now. Oh, 11.5 or something like that. I got it one over 4, 2 pushing 2.5, and then one that probably weighs 1.3 and one that weighs 1.2, something like that. So it ain't great, but as bad as the day's been, I'm just trying to make that recovery, try to get some of them AOI points. But I've kind of worked myself in position now. I'm thinking if I can just get 2 more good, you know, you're not out of having a chance to win. As bad as it seems, if you get 2 more 4-pound bites, then you did what you got to do, and that could happen. Like, I know I'm doing the right thing, and I'm trying to do it in areas. Littleton chased it up right there. I'm doing it in areas where ain't nobody at, hoping that if there's a big one there, he hasn't been just ramshacked where you can catch him. I think out there where there's so much traffic, that's one thing you're getting into is even when you get a bite out there, they've been pressured, there's so many people on top of them, they're not getting it good. That's why it takes so long down here to get a bite, because there ain't a million of them back here, but there's enough good ones you can be all right. And everybody's got focus, they need to be on them flats out there, and they're good. But the problem is everybody knows that's where we caught them at yesterday, so all the guys that come down here today that wasn't here yesterday, that's where they're all at. So they scrambling, son, like a Waffle House cook on them eggs. They scrambling. Just trying to get in that right area, not knowing that it's really just a grind.
That's a man that knows a thing or two about a Waffle House.
I'm over a limb right there. Whole nasty
smothered
limb,
and covered.
Don't you get it too bad down in there.
There's a thing or two about a grind, too. Grinder gonna grind.
Ain't your
It's
mama.
the original grinder, junk fishing specialist.
Old school, big brush hog, man. Almost a bait that people don't even throw anymore. But to me, hot flipping bushes this time of year, if you get a tournament where it's like that, still one of the best baits out there. Big fish baits. I don't know what they think it is. A woolly callopper, I don't know.
That old woolly callopper this time of year, man.
Match the hatch.
It don't
You're talking about that Zoom brush hog earlier.
Really no bait fish or no crawfish. It just looks like a woolly callopper. Floppers and the appendages just flopping around down there. Caught a couple out of this pocket here yesterday on spinnerbait, so I feel like this point, the pocket and that point is going to be my key bite or two. But you talk about hang up, these is a hanging as I done hung up 47 times a day just reeling it out like with a Texas rig. Like these bushes up here don't play. So you can imagine what it's like when you got a 4-pounder down there pulling around on you. I don't know what these bushes got going on, but they will stick it just right in the fork. Where you from, Trey? Oh, Raleigh. That's a good little town to be from. Nice town. Yeah. Caught that one on a bigger tree like that, and I thought it, I've been pitching everyone to come by trying to make sure it wasn't something to it, or if it's just a fluke, but thought it could be a bigger shade too, you know, just a good shade pocket so they can get in there and roam around, but I ain't had another bite doing it. Look like persimmon trees. Or the bark is persimmon bark. But you never know when you're gonna pitch over by one of them poles like that and him just gonna be there. It's so different.
I like some of that Waffle House coming up.
I know Miss Leanne's had him on a better diet than that, fat cat. Lulu stays on him. I don't know.
He might have snuck some in the daggone live well or something.
Come on, boys, get that old big one in there. Right here. Old limbs and red leaves and bushes and six-pounder right there,
that
down in the shade. Been eating them persimmons, he's gonna be chunky. Futuristic persimmons. Hardest thing to do when you're flipping like that for most people is be surgical slicing them when you got this many targets. Like that's the most mind-boggling thing for people to do, because even myself, you want to just 1, 2, 3, but you can't. When it's tough, you got to be surgical with it. You just got to slice it one piece at a time, because it doesn't. You're not gonna catch 100, so you don't want to go by one that could be sitting there.
Dual box action. 2 living legends.
I seen something up there.
The other day when we was in here in practice, you pull it up to the top, and wiggle it on a branch, they'd come up and get it. But They're not doing that now. You see them shad all in that bush right there.
Feel like this fish got pressured, or you think they're just moving?
Only one pressured was me. I ain't seen the boat in here the whole time. I don't know what's wrong with them. They seem to want to stay out here in the middle, probably because the shad's out here, but if it's me, I'd be back there under them trees in the shade.
Amen.
No doubt.
Yesterday I caught a 4-pounder right over there, and raising it up and down like that, and you just barely felt a little bit of weight get on there, and might have been the biggest fish I had all day, 4.7 or something. But they didn't want to. They hadn't wanted to thump it or grab it and go.
Tommy lives about an hour from Lake Eufaula, in Wagner, Oklahoma. Some dual box
You'd think
action.
with these shad around these bushes that silver bug be death on them.
Tommy Biffle, baby. Let's go! Biffle bugging them.
Better one.
All the shot. Ought to be there.
That'll pull. That'll make things. Tommy was unofficially 6 with 7 pounds. He had 17-13 yesterday. It's a pretty good upgrade right there. Going to take him up that leaderboard a little bit.
Absolutely, dude. I know we're supposed to be professional and pros and all that. You and I are sitting here commentating on Tommy Biffle and Gerald Swindle.
Weight-wise is about a 2.5 pound upgrade. Confidence-wise, finally got one to bite, flipping, and the other deal is, wish I'd never left. But I didn't stay gone long.
Just went to putting a rattle in that. Tell me about that.
Well, I made that bug where it's hollow on the inside, where you could put a rattle in it, or you could put sin in it. And sometimes that's the deals to make that thing rattle, and sounds pretty good.
Yes, it does.
Old Bass Pro Shop 2 rattle
when Biffle had
fits in there real good.
Got a rattling lunker lure jig back in the day.
The
Rattleback
hole
jig, I believe it was called.
and the bug
He's
is
always
made
been a big believer.
oblong. So you put a rattle in there, it kind of pinches it and makes it, you know, stay in there. That fish got it. He hit it before it ever got down to the bottom. I'd like to have a little little flurry of 4 more like that one.
Now let's see if we can watch Swindle pull one out of the bushes. Here at stop number 4, Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, turned into a 2-day shootout for $100,000. This week has been full of chaos, and we've done our best to embrace it here. Make sure all of you guys are tuning in at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time as Big Al McCullough brings the boom.
It's been different than yesterday. That's the biggest thing I can tell you about today. Yesterday, the spinnerbait bite was really good up to about noon. Caught a lot of fish. This morning, no good fish, one good bite on it. He didn't get it. It's like that bite just went away. I ended up catching one, probably 4, a little better flipping. Lost a few flipping, and then I just committed then. I just like, I'm just gonna start flipping. So I had a 4-pounder, then I caught 4 just little rats, just keepers. And then I come back and just started down in there and said, I'm just gonna go one direction and just flip, not worry about anything, just try to get out of some of this crowd. And I caught 2, probably pushing 2.5. And I've had one other bite and lost him, so I'm just pitching a big brush hog, just a watermelon red zoom, big brush hog. I got it on 40-pound braid with a 25-pound Sunline shooter leader. I do that just to try to help me get them out of the bushes. Unfortunately, you still lose a lot in the bushes. But the bite is very sporadic. Like yesterday, it was pretty dialed that they wanted to be on the old shoreline. And I slow rolled my spinnerbait a lot this morning, and I couldn't find them out there on the old shoreline. And even your flipping bites, I haven't caught anything like what, as pretty as that is, I don't get no bites back there. Your key bites are gonna be the furthest bush that's sticking out in the pocket or around the points of a pocket or something like that. But I haven't caught anything. And I'm sure there's a few back there, but you can burn up a whole lot of your day back there and never get it in front of him. So I'm on a stick where I feel like I got a little bit more control of where I need to put my bait, and the odds are in my favor that he might see it. And that's the key for this deal, because there's a lot of cover. I mean, I'd need a 5-gallon bucket of Adderall to really slow down and fish all this, because my attention deficit disorder is like, I just want to dive bush, 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 but you can't. You got to just slow down and one pitch at a time. Because about the time you get your head out of it or you think nothing's going to happen, that's when I've got my bites. Like it's really been almost a mental, boring, trying kind of day. Which sometimes that's what you want as a competitor, because if you've practiced that and you know mentally where you need to be and it doesn't get you all shook up, it's to your advantage for it to be that way. When they're biting, everybody's into it. You know, they're all having fun then. You want it to grind them. This bush right here, see how these bushes stick out? And then them 2 or 3 right there, that's kind of the key bush I would be looking for in here. But you'll notice I'm not really passing nothing up just in case. Just in case one of them tries to give the old bait and switch, you know, get on one of them goofy bushes and you go right by him. Shade.
Goofy bushes.
They could just turn our mics off.
They're trying to get out of that sun too. But you know, water keeps rising. This is not a typical
Motormouth shows
Eufaula summertime pattern. This is very unusual. I came here prepared to crank a DT20, DT16, that type of stuff. Throwing a big worm, fishing brush piles. But the water's so high and been so bad, like that's just not the deal. Fishing offshore in muddy water is never good. So that's why you don't see anybody out there. And if so much cover, a lot of these fish are just stayed in here. And they'll get out. As soon as that water starts falling, I think they'll. But they've been trying to get this thing down for weeks, months. And it is a big old lake. Whoo! Something was in that bush. I don't know what kind of fish it was. When I pitched it, I seen him. It could have been a carp or something sitting up at the top of that. But I've seen 2 bass like that today and pitched at both of them. Neither one of them bit it, but they were just sitting up there on top of that bush, just sitting there. Man, this looks super good. I don't want to get bogged down too far in this pocket because you want to focus in and out of the pockets. Really the points is where you want to put most of your slow pitches, but this one has enough deep water coming into it that this is the type of pocket. I caught a few on a spinnerbait like right in there yesterday on them bushes. So. I was in this pocket yesterday and I could hear deer
Between
or something.
Biffle and...
Got in the water back there. You could hear them walking and running all through that water. I mean, I guess it could have been cattle, but I ain't seen no cattle. Could have been, I guess they have hogs out here too, so. Could have been some wild pixeluses.
Between Biffle and Swindle, they fished 39 Bassmaster Classics, 12 Forest Wood Cups, but 0 NPFL championships. Looking to fix that for both of them here in 2025.
Bush is getting so big to flip, I can't get enough. So I'm gonna see if I can make him dart up out of there. This is like Colorado, Indiana, like a turtle blaze. So it moves a lot of water, but it floats high. And I'll kill it like that, see if he'll come get it. But a little white bass all in here. And that tells you that the bait's still in here. They would not be in here. When they get this many bushes, this thick, big bushes, it really, your odds are not in your favor. And a lot of the backs of these pockets, that's just the way they are. They're just covered up with giant bushes. And it looks good, and it'll keep you busy. And it's actually, where I had that big one come up on a spinnerbait this morning was in the back of a pocket like this on just a bush on the side, but it's normally, you want that point bush.
All right, good stuff from the G-Man right there. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back to wrap this thing up. Just a few more minutes of NPFL live coverage. Stop number 4, Lake Eufaula.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats, feel the rush.
Pro Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned, so check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Well, I can't find one of them magic stretches you catch like 5 off of in 10 minutes.
We're back with Wes Logan, the leader coming into Finale
legit.
Friday. Gonna struggle.
Well, we finally caught
West
one.
Today.
Didn't weigh much, but it's a
Talk his
keeper.
way through it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not very good. I mean, I don't think they're biting great, but that's no excuse to have not caught any. We still got about 2 hours. We can still make it happen. It's just gonna take a little bit of luck. Or we get just a couple bites and they be good ones. I don't know. We're just gonna keep this spinnerbait in our hand till we gotta go in and hope and pray for the best. And that'll be what it's gonna be. I don't know. I don't really have I don't have like this master plan, or just gonna fish in this little area and one more and that'll be that.
Let's take a look at Wes's spinnerbait catch while we were away.
He told Swindle early, I'm going to go find that mud and roll that blade.
I caught one. I snatched one up. We didn't zero. I know. It's because he lives in red mud.
Yes, it did.
I like his attitude. My gosh. I caught one. Anybody wondering, I can still catch a bass. It took all day, but I caught one.
We knew you could do it.
Hey, all we need is 4 more.
Back live with Wes Logan. Had 19.6 on day 1. That's his first bass here on Finale Friday. The second day of this 2-day shootout, weather shortened event here in Eufaula, Oklahoma.
Starting to cool down in the studio, but it's starting to heat up out there. Like Eufaula, we're getting close to ending our time here in studio with y'all. But make sure you guys are tuning in. 2 p.m. Central Standard Time when Big Al brings the boom in Nichols Point.
Gonna take it at this point.
Wes Logan trying to reclaim his spot at the top of the leaderboard. Hoping to take another $100,000 home with him to the state of Alabama from his new home state of Oklahoma. Lots of money up for grabs here in the NPFL, as we have mentioned, from the Yamaha contingency to Humminbird. But this is the big one right here, the tournament within the tournament, the Bass Cat leaderboard. All these anglers drive around in those beautiful Bass Cats. They feel the rush all the time. But if you win an event and you're driving one of those beautiful Bass Cats, you win $25,000 just for having a Bass Cat. But in the situation where you do not win the event and you're on top of this Bass Cat leaderboard, you're going to take home an additional $7,500. Nick Brown, Texas Pro, did that last time at Douglas Lake. We've had 3 winners this year, and Kevin Rogers on top of that right now in a tight battle with Hunter Bogman for that $7,500. Big Daddy Brian Hatfield was not very far out of that as well. And there's a look at the rest of the top 20 right now on that Bass Cat. We like to call it the Feel the Rush leaderboard. Beautiful look at flooded Eufaula and up close and personal look back in the Eufaula mud with Wes Logan. And now back over to Gerald Swindle.
That's where they should be at, a lot more of them. So I got this on 20, same weight.
Loves a tournament like this, by the way.
But I can hop it better out here. It's kind of like just blind fishing in bushes. Same
Definitely
kind
an
of stuff
event where
spinnerbait. I'm just trying to hit it with that brush dogger.
Definitely an event where that PMA really pays off, as he was talking about earlier.
See the bait cutting up in here too. Tank probably. A lot more fish out there than we probably give credit for around them bushes. What in the world is that swimming across the lake back there? Pigs? Or ducks?
Oh, Lord.
Black geese?
I hope it's pigs.
Yeah, at first looked like it was dogs or pigs. I'm like, that looks a little big.
He will get distracted by a critter.
Squirrel.
Yeah, by a critter.
Just getting excited. I was going to have pork chops. I was going to say, listen, this ain't going to be part of the show, but we could wrangle one of them hogs up.
They going black swan.
Just for the old pig man himself, man, we out here in his stomping grounds. I seen the pig man
ambush him the other day at the ramp. That was pretty cool.
His show, I think it's one of the best hunting shows out there. He lives up there at 10 Killer. Seen him at the DG. I was like, daggone. So what are you doing here? He said, I live here. What are you doing here? I said, I'm fishing. I said, at the DG, what you buying? He said, natural light. I said, oh. Yeah, that's what that must have. Hunting business must be bad.
Something that wasn't bad. Oh!
Mm-hmm. We're getting somewhere now, boys.
We got a better one of those. He caught one good a second ago. We're going to take a look at right now.
Big. No, he ain't big as I thought, but he'll call. Good God, he got it.
He was tonkled up in that limb, wasn't he? I was like, he's bigger than that swan, so I got a buoy on him.
You almost need a Gerald Swindle translator.
Swindle's Dictionary, not Webster's Dictionary. Swindle's Dictionary.
It would actually be the Tommy Swindle Dictionary, his dad.
Pretty good call.
The leader of the swindle crew's got all kind of isms that he'll throw out
That gain
there.
is a half a pound.
Back live.
You can just about bank on it. Your bites are going to be on the points. Now, I've caught a few out of the backs, but I ain't been messing with a bunch of them. And that's a lot of it because the water was falling. Then it started rising, so it's the most stable place they have versus going in or out, in or out, in or out. They'll just get on a point. Brush Dauber, I think you got one more bass in you. Seeing them minnows really active right here. I'm gonna choke up and fish the edge of these bushes.
Career full of consistency for Gerald Swindle. That is not Corey Casey wearing Gerald Swindle's red shorts.
Well, I think when you have the water, the situation why these fish, I mean, it's your highest percentage bites right now are just points. Whether it's a little bitty point in the pocket, a main lake flat point, this time of year with the water going up and down like that, your points is the most crucial thing you can look for because no matter which direction the water's going, that's what they can relate to. And it's the most stable thing they have. So if they're trying to come out of a creek, they're going to get on a point. If they was just wanting to go up or come back, the point's the safest thing. It's just naturally, especially in that the water had been falling heavy before we got here. So I knew coming into it, if there was bushes in the water, you're going to be fishing a lot of points because it's sucking all the fish out of the creek and it puts them on the points. Well, then all of a sudden it's reversed and the water started coming back in.
Made it what, 4 casts with them?
But they still stayed there. And there's new fish there every day, so you can fish behind people on points. In other words, you fish behind somebody on a straight bank this time of year, if there's one there, he's probably resident, you catch him, that's probably it. But on a point, they're still moving. Some coming out, some trying to come in on a shad spawn, and every time the shad spawn at night, there's more fish. You get up there, and as soon as it gets daylight, they all just say, hey, let's just hang out in the shade. So it's the best percentage. But it's so hard just to run point to point. So you end up fishing a lot of stuff like looking for little minute points, like just a bush sticking out in a pocket that would serve as the outside target. There's that hanging up I was talking about. I'm getting you. Might have to chop you up with a little bit of sharper firewood, but I'm getting
his last brush hog. He needs it.
Huh? Huh? Who's your daddy? Hope when the water goes down, deer eat the leaves off that bush. Just for being mean to me. Man, that's a good bush right there. That little
KJ
point.
Queen. Certainly had the most action of anybody on camera today, I feel like.
Yes,
KJ
sir.
has. It's not a lot of quality so far. Got a little bit more time in his day to put a couple better fish in the boat. Last look live here at Lake Eufaula. Brandon Cobb caught in a snowstorm right now, Fat Cat of service. Wes Logan, KJ Quinn, Gerald Swindle. Pretty good crew to end live on today.
I'd say so, buddy. No doubt about that.
Certainly been a tough 2 days of fishing. The weights might not have shown that on day one, but not a ton of bass getting caught out this field.
Oh, swing and a miss by Wes Logan. And it's going to happen like it always happens. These boys are going to get on. When we go off there,
try the best
we have
we
to
can
make
on
sure you
some
guys
of
are
that
tuned in.
best stretch, see how bad the wind is. It may just be too much, but
To that weigh-in at 2 p.m. Central.
I have noticed in this week, the further you go back in the creek, you get too far back in there, it just dies. Like you get past a few fish back here, but most of them is already headed out. Of course, the water temperature is in the 80s, 86, you know, so.
Hot and high.
That's how I like them. Come on.
Hop this thing around right there.
Our last look there at Lake Eufaula live. And welcome back to the NPFL studios powered by Pro Guy Batteries. And
buddy,
here we are. A very tight one, way too close for us to call it.
Been a hell of a day.
Yes,
really has
indeed,
been. It's been
my
a hell of a
friend.
week. It's been wild. It's been crazy. And I know it's redundant, but we have definitely embraced the chaos once again here at the NPFL.
We kind of expected this, though, with the crazy conditions this area unfortunately has been dealt. We expected it to be chaotic, and it has been just that. But what you're seeing, though, are these guys that can mentally get through these conditions are starting to be the ones that are rising to the top today and not letting the conditions get to them.
Dude, Brad Fuller talked about that coming into this event, that this event would be all about mental strength. And we've seen it. Gerald talked about it. You talked about it earlier. It is the truth, man. If you were ever going to get rattled at an event, I mean, from the thunderstorms coming in, it was already flooded 7 foot. And then you had more rain coming. It froze 2 foot since then. Like, there has been zero stability, kind of like my life. It's just been wild.
You
man.
would thrive out here.
Oh,
Is that what you're
buddy.
saying?
Oh, buddy, let's go.
Get you out there.
Yeah.
You follow. You thrive in chaos and
it.
constant change. But 2 feet of water added to this lake since we canceled day one. Today has been that day of the guys are really just not connecting with where they are now, it seems. Will they do that between now that the weigh-in starts, the first flights start coming in at 2 p.m.? Will that happen? We shall see. But we do have a tight one on our hands, to say the very least. Let's take a look at the Progressive Angler of the Year race, which is very tight as well. Good look at that golden shield there. Kyle Welcher was in the lead coming into this event by 6 points over Patrick Walters, Greg Hackney in third, Caleb Kufal in fourth, Bill Lowen in fifth. That was your top five we had on camera yesterday. And they lot of shaking there.
Yes, sir.
We will definitely see a shakeup when this event ends. Drew Cook, Hank Cherry, Jason Burrows, who caught a 7-12 to keep him in the Progressive Angler of the Year race yesterday. Brandon Cobb and the G-Man right there rounding out your Progressive Angler of the Year race, and certainly think Brandon and Gerald, if this tournament was to end right now, they're going to be higher in that race. But the interesting thing to me about this Progressive Angler of the Year race, we go up north next, we go to New York. Everybody's going to catch bass up there. It's going to be fantastic. Smallmouth are going to be biting, we sure hope. And then we end the year on the Coos River. But with only 2 events to go, there may be 5 or 6 guys that have a legitimate chance.
Agreed. Ken Duke went into that talking about after the half part of the season, typically nobody out of that top 6 wins the Angler of the Year. So like you say, it's going to be very interesting, but boy, are we looking forward to St. Lawrence and New York. I mean, it's going to be fat man weather. It's going to be beautiful up there. The smallmouth are going to chew, and it sounds like those largemouth might play a role as well, to where
very possible
we might make history again and break some more NPFL records.
We have no forward-facing sonar up there, and it's going to be an event to watch, that's for sure. In just a few weeks, we have just a short break, and we're going to be in the northeastern part of the United States for a smallmouth beat down on the St. Lawrence. Let's take a look back at today's highlights. We appreciate every one of you tuning in, hanging with us for 2 days of coverage in this 2-day shootout. Weigh-in starts at 2 p.m. Will Brandon Cobb get it done?
No, he ain't big as I thought, but he'll call.